Everybody, welcome to Umineko. We're finally starting the Answers arc. I am joined, as
Yay!
always, by
Finally.
Kategasira.
Hi. Yes, it me.
I'll just go ahead and put out the social media notifications. But yes, super excited for this. Because I know almost next to nothing about Answers arc.
That's great. It's like, was it a City A that put it in the link sharing? This was like a week and a half ago now.
Yeah,
Fuck. I
here,
gotta type it again.
I'll go ahead and link you the doc.
Thank you. 'Cause I didn't have it bookmarked or anything. I just saw it and went, cool. And then, because I figured we'd be doing another stream in a couple days, and I wouldn't have to scroll back that far, but no.
No, then shenanigans happened. So yes, we are also taking a look at the Umineko AP quiz. We're not going to do the quiz proper and, take 2.5 hours to write this section, etc., etc., but we will use it
Yeah.
as conversation
Yeah.
starters for the
There we
mysteries.
go. Just gonna scroll down and see what the fuck's going on here. Series of questions about Umineko no Naku Koroni, blah 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 blah.
Yeah, so,
Develop an argument that explains the disappearance of the shrine.
yeah.
What?
Because in episodes 1 and 2, the shrine
I
dis-
do remember having a theory at the time. I just don't remember what it was. Shit. This is like okay. We've been doing this for like what 6 months now.
Yeah, something like that.
Fucking like I don't remember this shit anymore. Like what I talked about then. What
Yeah,
came out of my mouth.
that is absolutely fair. Alright. The simple answer would be there was just a fucking storm.
Yeah, there was a storm and then a landslide. Fucking thing went away. That would also explain why the sailors think it was struck down by lightning, because it happened during a storm.
Yeah,
And
the
of course,
only
the
thing.
magical explanation would be like, hey, yeah, the mirror once it got like destroyed, the witch had enough power, had enough leeway on the island to just like throw a fucking get the fuck out of here, bot. I'm not in the mood for you. Get out of here, shitbag.
Already.
Yeah, just immediately. Anyway, and so like once the mirror got destroyed and there was no longer the opposing magical power or whatever the fuck she explained it as, she had enough leeway on the island to just like throw lightning at it because why not?
Yeah,
Seems
yeah,
plausible to me.
I don't see anything outside of the explanations we've been given. Like, it was either a natural disaster or a magical disaster.
Yeah, like I mean, I'm sure there are potentially other explanations, but there's no need to,
Yeah,
have any others right now because neither of those have been denied yet.
I mean, it could always be, like, small bombs, I guess.
Yeah, it could always be small bombs.
Let's see. Next one is, why does, Maria's rose disappear? I feel like maybe Goda removed the rose thinking that was why it was marked, basically.
Could be, yeah. Like a servant could have easily been like, "Oh, it's marked. I should like cut that one out."
Yeah. And Goda does do some rose themed food in episode 1, I think.
Yeah, actually, I didn't catch that at the time. I don't think. probably because other shit distracted me from the rose. But yeah, I did not catch that at the time. I think you're right. You know, I've never actually had any like rose food.
Yeah,
Like the
no.
closest I've had is like rose hip and like tea.
Yeah, no, haven't really had any rose type food, like any sort of sauces or anything. Alright, next is.
Which of course, like rose hip isn't actually roses either. It's a rosy colored little fruit thingy, I believe.
Oh,
So
okay. I did not know that.
yeah. So like I would have thought that it was like a fucking rosebud or something like that, right? Or some specific like variant of the rose plant used for it. But no,
Yeah.
so I've never had any rose in any of my food ever. I know that like tropical covered rose petals are popular, but I've never had them.
Yeah, fair enough. And let's see. Maria says she received a letter from Beatrice. Why? I'd say it's either, Shannon or Jessica. Because I think those are the only two that could come across like Beatrice.
I think Shannon is more likely there because she actually would do it if she was ordered to.
That's fair.
And we only ever really hear her speaking gently anyway, so we don't know what her voice sounds like when she's speaking normally.
Yeah, normally we're wildly like Beatrice sometimes does.
Yeah, and Beato almost never speaks gently either, so it's sort of
Yeah, it works.
look. I know that some people just speak gently all the time, but I find that weird as shit. Okay,
Yeah, that's fair. Let me see. Episode
and it's
1.
mostly like a conceit of like a voice acting that like this is like a common thing, you know.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Rudolph tells Battler he wishes to talk with him and Kiri as a family later. He then states that he might be killed that night. Meaning of Rudolph's statements. Well, statement 1 is easy. Rudolph is gonna come clean about who Battler's mother actually is.
Could be, yeah.
That's at least my feelings on it. And then,
I would have said like back then. I would have said something about like the fraud bullshit that his company was going through, or copyright, whatever the fuck. I don't remember exactly.
yeah, like it
But
wasn't.
like now that we have this information, it's like okay, yeah,
Yeah, that would make the most sense to me. And Rudolph mentions being killed that night. I'd say that probably has to do with, well, honestly, like, just being under the impression, hey, I at least thought about killing folks. Somebody else might be thinking about it too.
could be. Or there was a threatening conversation that we didn't get to see.
Yep, could be that too. In episode 1, we see Goda enthralled in a crossword puzzle within the servant room. Develop a well-justified argument on what crossword clue Goda was mulling over at the time of the scene.
Yeah, I don't fucking know, dude.
Yeah,
I
no.
don't remember the details of that conversation or that scene. Shit, like I
Yeah,
remember it happening, but I don't
yeah,
know.
I'm mostly gonna skip that, but it is funny.
Okay, number 6 is just like a memorization test. Like, hey, how good is your memory? Which means we're fucked.
Yeah. But I think they also mean list the people who were actually involved with the killing. Let me see.
I don't even remember like everyone who was dead. I know Kraus was.
Let me see.
Pretty sure Rudolph and Curie were as well.
Kraus, Curie, Rudolph, Goda, Rosa, and
Shannon.
Shannon.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because Nazi was the only like person in charge really left by the end.
Yeah.
And weren't Ava and Hideyoshi killed in their room during that cycle, that loop?
Yes, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, let me see. Game results. That worked. See, yeah, second Twilight was Ava and Hideyoshi.
No, that's the next question too. It's about that. Develop an explanation for how the first Twilight was conducted.
Yeah, because that's the thing, because that was the locked room in the shed. And Beatrice guarantees the identity of all unidentified corpses.
How the first Twilight was conducted.
Hmm. It has to involve one of the servants. Because it needs.
Absolutely has to, yes.
Yeah, it has to involve somebody who's got the key.
Although in the first Twilight, there were more than 5 Master Keys.
That's true.
It was only the second Twilight where she got rid of them.
That's true. But I feel like a servant's the one who's most likely going to have it.
You're not wrong. Uh,
And I also don't feel like Natsuhi would have killed Kraus.
I don't know about that.
I don't necessarily get that impression anyway.
I can see it.
Yeah, like there's definitely some things there because they do zero in on the fact that this was an arranged marriage, basically.
And seeing like later in other Twilights how fucking Kraus treated her too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I feel like it has to involve one of the servants. Because I also don't, like, I don't feel like George was involved either.
Yeah, not with Shannon in there.
Yeah.
Brain thoughts.
Either that or maybe it was, Eva and Hideyoshi.
And then they were later killed by someone else.
Yeah. Like, hell, I even said it at the time. Maybe George found out they killed Shannon.
Could be. Yeah.
And that is the next question, so I'll go, who would they open the door for? George.
Yeah. Give me a second. I'm gonna fucking spray WD-40 on the bottom of my chair.
Fair enough. But yeah, just to fill the air, George, finding out they killed Shannon, could get upset, could go ahead and go, yeah, no, fuck you. I'm going to use the fact that you'd open the
I
door
don't, buddy.
for
It does
me.
not smell good, does it?
Yeah, I don't know how I'd feel about being a cat and being around WD 40.
I know, man. He does not like that at all. It's fucking. I don't either, dude. I get it.
Yep.
Oh, that's so much better. Okay, cool. Fuck. Ow.
Um. It does lead to the question of how it was locked again. Because nobody was hiding in the
You can
room,
lock
I
a
don't.
door from the inside. Well, I mean, you can lock the door from the inside and then close it from the outside.
Yeah, but it had a chain.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, and
There, you can like use a wire to do that. I've done it before
yeah,
because when I first moved into this house, the back door was locked with a one of those fucking things. And I used a wire to slip in through the crack and just lift it up out of the thing. It would take some fiddling for a wire to do it on a chain one, but you could do it. Yeah, it's not even something that you need to be experienced for. You just have to have the idea to do it, which
yeah,
is
basically. And then the idea and the tough.
not everyone would. Most people do think that like you just can't do that from the outside of the room, but you absolutely can.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not really picking a lock either, so you know it doesn't count for the red thing. Although it could, depending on what definition of picking the lock she's using. But she never defined that, right?
Yeah, she never defined, oh, there's no way to lock it from the outside.
She never defined like what she meant by picking a lock either, because I can see some people thinking that fucking with the chain from the outside with a wire would count as picking a lock, but I wouldn't personally.
That's fair.
So
Though usually she does say there's no way to unlock it from the outside.
yeah, rather than picking the lock.
Yeah. But yeah, somebody got them to open the door and then they locked it, is my argument there.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same. Uh, but honestly, I don't think there's enough information in the first few Twilights to actually figure out how everything happened.
Yeah, not entirely.
Because Battler asked the wrong question. Battler asks the wrong questions most of the time, right? So
Yeah, especially in episode 1. Let's see. Canon's death on the fifth Twilight. Given the red truths on that, all the survivors have alibis, and that includes the dead as well. Canon did not commit suicide, and Canon did not die by an accident. It has to be a trap.
yeah, it absolutely has to. That's the only way.
Yeah, like there's no other way to do it. Is somebody set up a trap down there?
Like, this is gonna be out there,
Mm-hmm.
but like potentially an animal did something. And people might say, "Is like, oh, but how is an animal going to do that?" It's like, well, how is an animal going to pull the trigger on a shotgun too? I've seen that happen too.
Yeah, that's
Like
fair.
genuinely, I've seen that happen. So like, I don't know, man. All kinds of weird shit happens.
Okay, Genji Kumasawa and Nanjo.
Can we take that to mean that Genji never kills anyone though?
We could take it to mean that. It
Because
is.
that's the are nots, not were not, right?
Yeah, we're not. Didn't say just we're not the killers. In that instance, they're saying are not killers. Period.
Yeah.
Which would be a good way to kind of almost subtly give us, a more limited look at suspects.
Now the question is Lambda Delta meaning that they wouldn't even be accomplices then,
Hmm.
or that they would not directly kill someone?
Let's assume that they didn't directly kill someone, because that's the most literal meaning by it.
Yeah.
And word games are definitely a thing of Umineko. Their deaths were homicides. Hmm. That is a big question mark because everybody has alibis at that point.
Yeah, I just don't remember enough about episode one to like really.
Because everybody at that point is up in Kinzo's office. And, they were stabbed at the thigh and stuff. So it doesn't feel like it could be a specific trap or anything. I think someone would have had to have. No? I've got a big question mark there. I actually don't know, especially with the. We guarantee the identities of all unidentified corpses.
Yeah. Uh, this is one of those instances where I think we just simply do not have enough information.
Yep.
So in the first episode, like Battler wasn't even asking questions yet, much less
Yeah.
asking the wrong ones like he was in episode 2 and 3.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just like go to the next one. Question 11.
So, Natsuki's death was a homicide. No unidentified corpses, and all the survivors have alibis. The bullet buried into her forehead was not fired from her gun. The thing that shot Natsuki wasn't a trap, it was a real shooting murder with a gun raised and trigger pulled.
Yeah, I did notice that last time about how what Bezo says there that the bullet in Natsuki's head is not from her gun that completely erases any possibility of like a ricochet or like a sabotage weapon or anything like that.
Yeah. I would have to say, then, that somebody got onto the island, or was shooting from a vantage point not on the island. How they do that, I don't know.
So I do also remember pointing out that what Lambda Delta said does not actually preclude the idea of a ricochet, but what Beato says did.
Mm-hmm.
For a purposeful ricochet anyway. Because it would
Yeah.
just be like an accident if she shot and it wasn't someone didn't set up something to ricochet back, right?
Yeah. Yep. It was a homicide. So, yeah, I'd have to say somebody sniped from a distant location.
I don't remember enough about the details of like Battler's theory that that Kinzo was a yeah, has already been dead for a long time. I do remember that Beato said that he is alive at the beginning of every game. Well, we don't know exactly when the game starts.
Yeah.
Like we don't have like a specific date and time to compare against like all of his appearances, right? Fucking, I don't know. I don't remember like anything about the brooch.
Yeah, I don't recall anything. Let me see. And episode 2, where you're told that Shannon and George's love is impossible without magic. Explain why the brooch was necessary. Alright, let me see. The brooch had to probably prove something. What it had to prove, I don't know. But the brooch itself had to be a conversation starter if it's important.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, but
What does it mean to be furniture? Your life is valued less than other people's.
yeah,
Either
you're
by,
supposed to just like do whatever the fuck you're told.
yeah,
It's very
whether
much like
that's
a
by your,
servant thing.
whether that's something you believe about yourself or just someone else believes about you. Uh, Probably very much covered by, especially, the people from the orphanage that Kinzo backs.
In episode 2, Beatrice is dead. Beatrice is I'm
Seen
still
on the
fucking
game
up, whatever.
board by Rosa
Is
and
seen on the
Kiri.
game board, yeah.
Uh,
Explain how it's possible for both of them to see Beatrice. Yeah, fucking whatever. Goddamn tongue.
yeah.
Um,
Same explanation as before. It was Shannon or Jessica, which we kind of lean more towards Shannon.
yeah. So I don't really see why Jessica would, right?
Yeah, the only
But
thing.
Shannon at least is not in a position of power, and she follows orders pretty well.
Yeah, the only thing I could think is maybe dissolving the the Ushiro family, basically. Like, basically stick it to her parents and also just make it all go away. That's the only thing I could think.
Hello, Amber, handsome boy. My cat has decided to be on my lap. Hi, buddy.
Let's see, so now for episode 2, the first Twilight in the chapel. Only one key to the chapel, impossible to unlock the lock with anything but the chapel's key. Rosa definitely took the envelope. The key to the chapel truly was what was in the envelope. The envelope, did Maria, the one Rosa opened, are the same thing. From the time Maria received her key, the instant Rosa unsealed the envelope the next day, the key passed through no one's hands. No doors with auto locks. 6 people were already dead by the time they were discovered. Everything's homicides, and no one was involved in the murder that was among the victims. When the 6 were killed, the culprit was in the chapel. I'm going to say Rosa did it. How she did it, I don't know, but I don't have to explain that shit. But Rosa was the one
Yeah.
to do it, because I kind of vaguely remember seeing her in the scene where Beatrice appeared in front of everybody. In the chapel, in that scene.
Yeah, I remember that scene, but I don't remember who was involved, right?
Yeah, it looked to me like everybody was there that was, had a stake in the whole thing.
Hey, buddy. Fucking cat. Why are you like this, dude?
Oh, yeah, she was involved in the murder, possibly Shannon as well. Two who were close. That was. Yeah, Jessica and Cannon.
Fucking cat, get out. Ow. Thank you, buddy. Asshole.
Hmm. I don't remember much about anybody's alibi to really say.
Yeah, on this one. I got nothing.
Yeah. Okay, so next one is Shannon, George, and Goda in Natsuhi's room.
So is the magical explanation that they just like prepared the door afterwards? Because I do remember them like going through the door at Goda.
Yeah. The magical explanation is they just repaired the door afterwards. Um for this one, considering everything involved, Rosa had to have been an accomplice. At the very least. Because the red text suggests that the five master keys never left her hands.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like it had to be like Rosa was involved in this somehow, some way. Also, hi Edwards.
Oh yes, hi Bedwards.
Your chat isn't working on your end.
Ah, okay.
Your chat plugin or whatever the fuck it is
Yep.
that you use.
Let me see. Here, I'll refresh it and hopefully it'll work later.
Yeah, like on a lot of this Edwards, I think we genuinely don't have enough information to be reasonably certain of any one explanation.
Yeah, like we're technically supposed to have all the information, but I don't feel like we do.
I don't believe that for a fucking second.
Let's see. Okay, so yeah, the next one is Kumasawa Nanjo. Yeah, so
Is
Kuma.
canon his name though? Does that count as his name?
Well, no one said they can't go by two separate names,
Well,
but
there's a bit here that says no one else can go by Canon's name. A different person can't claim that as their name, which is like, are the on names actually names in the first place?
I mean, yes,
But it's something that they only use at work, right? Like,
yeah,
I
but
don't know if like my stage name would actually count as my name, right?
uh, I guess it kinda does, but yeah, in general,
Like if
no,
I went
the
up to a Fae and they were just like, "Hey, may I have your name?" and I gave them my stage name, I don't think it would fucking affect much.
true, but you probably couldn't use that name again.
True, but you know, that's just like weird Fae magic.
Uh, but either way, I think
Point
it
is
is
though that I would still
suggesting
be
that
me.
nobody could mistake canon for canon.
Yeah, that part's more important. Like it's just that one line is like, it's like, come on, do those names actually count as names?
Just
Because I also think we're missing a lot of context not knowing Japanese and not being able to read the kanji, right?
yeah. But yeah, so it has to be. They had to at least have believed it to be canon. Yeah, I don't think we got enough information on that one.
At the very least, I don't remember enough.
Develop a theory explaining the purpose of the construction of Kuadorian. Well, that's easy.
That one's really easy. Kinzo's a sick fuck.
Yeah. It is meant to keep Beatrice there. And then keep her child there, who he also called Beatrice.
Yeah, Kinzo is just like a real weird motherfucker.
Yeah, like I don't think there's any necessity for another explanation on that. That is,
You know what would be really fucked up?
mm,
Is if the original Beatrice was just like his wife, and like all the torture implements in there were just like BDSM tools. Just
yeah,
like have this all start because like the motherfucker had just like a weird hobby.
fuck. Um, but yeah, and for the next question, ditto. It's just that was the child of Beatrice, who he also called Beatrice.
Yeah, because I do remember like doing some extra research on like what makes up a homunculus at the time, because
Mm-hmm.
that was one of the ideas for the magical theory of it, is that she was a homunculus
Yep.
with a soul stuffed in it. And homunculi are gross,
Mm-hmm.
just so you know. Like in traditional alchemy, they are gross. There is a reason why no one ever actually uses that explanation for what a homunculus is in fiction, because that shit's nasty.
Yep. Um, the mystery of Kinzo's wealth. I will.
Oh, that was an unintentional pun too. God damn it.
I didn't even recognize that at first, but yeah, the mystery of Kinzo's wealth. I think Beatrice was involved. I think
Yeah,
she,
like the original base recheck.
yeah, yeah, I think she was a wealthy woman and did provide at least some gold so Kinzo could basically come across that way.
Yeah, well, I would agree with that.
Either that, or considering the time period, Nazi gold.
Could be.
Because I wouldn't put it past Kinzo to work with the Nazis.
Yeah, it's just like I'm thinking about the time period as well. And it would be weird for Japan specifically to have a wealthy woman
That's true. But
at
it
that
might just
time.
be she's from. Well, specifically, though, Beatrice is Italian. I do believe that.
Yeah, I know. I know. It's like from how they pronounce her name and so on and so forth. It's she is Italian. It's just
Yeah,
that would
so.
be a little weird.
Yeah,
I
so
don't know much about World War II era Italy though,
that's
so I
true.
could not say on
But
that
even
one.
then, it could just be an outlier situation where she was the only heir to the family, period.
Could be, you know. So I know it's in the like the 1940s in the U.S. it would also be pretty weird for a
Mm-hmm.
singular woman to have a lot of money. But I couldn't say about like Germany or Italy or anything like that. I just don't know enough. I don't know my history well enough anymore. Six committed suicide, blah 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 blah.
Yeah, definitely in the same room as them. Somebody did the rooms out of order and pretended to have the key.
Yeah, I think we came up with that before
Yeah,
last time during the Tea Party. It's just like oh yeah, that one's actually pretty simple. This is not a weird Like even at the time when I was looking at this one, it was when we were first getting the details of it. It's just like this one isn't all that locked roomish compared to the others.
Yeah. But
The
it,
others are much weirder. This one is just like I mean, it's weird on the surface, but as soon as you start thinking about it, it's like okay,
yeah, it just requires
they did the rooms
somebody
out of order.
to actually be involved, which Battler was really against doing even then.
Mm-hmm.
Um, let's see. Oh, wait. First, Rosa and Maria. Rosa killed Maria. Whoever Beatrice is killed Rosa.
Yeah, and Rosa killed Maria,
Yeah, exactly.
which is what we thought at the time too.
Yep.
Well, I mean, we also had the theory that Rosa may have died from slipping, but then like just a couple minutes later, Beato and just
It's,
said
yeah,
in red
said,
that it
oh
wasn't
yeah, they're
that.
homicides. Fourth, fifth, and sixth. I would say that, Kiri did go ahead and was intending on, uh, shaking down Hideyoshi for information at the very least. It may have intended to kill him from the beginning. But her whole thing was to get alone with Rudolph at the very least, to talk to him.
Yeah, it's like there is consistency here. Like she still didn't think that they needed food. She just needed to get someone alone for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine that people can lie.
Let's see, Kraus and Natsuhi.
I don't remember anything about the seventh and eighth Twilights like at all. So
Let's see, Under the Arbor. I think Ava just did it.
damn, just killed him.
Yeah. Went out to the Arbor with them for some reason and killed them. With the next one, it is just George yoked himself out the window to get to the mansion, and somebody locked the window behind him.
Yeah, because I she didn't say in red that like someone had gone by and like locked them all before, right? So
Yeah. The eight
someone just
number.
like someone just like thought like, oh yeah, I forgot to lock this one. Click, there we go, we're good.
Yeah. The eight numbers, I think Battler's probably right, they had to do with birthdays. Or at least dates.
Yeah, because that's not long enough for coordinates. So I believe we had the thought, or at least I had that thought at the time that it might be coordinates, and then I looked up like how you would do coordinates. It's like, oh no, that's not long enough.
Yeah, and it was not an animal that did the, stuff back then, because if we look at the next one that's about Nanjo, no life forms other than humans have any connection to this game.
Okay, well, that was just like a random aside anyway. So
Yep. Okay, so Ava has a perfect alibi, but Nanjo saw the face of his killer. And, Jessica, who was the only one else left alive. Yeah. No trap. Point blank range.
Yeah, didn't she hurt her eye somehow? I don't remember, but
Yeah, she was attacked at some point. And the person who killed Nancho was a human. Okay, so somebody had to have gotten on the island. There's no two bones about it.
yeah,
Who and how, I don't know.
because she never specifies that it's always the same 18 people.
Yeah, she never says it's the same 18 people, and for all we know, somebody could still get on the island. Like, for
It'd
all.
be a hell of a thing, but they could.
Yeah, it'd be a hell of a thing, but they could. Because the only thing saying for 100% certain that no one could get involved was the magic of it. But if we remove the magic of it, it's tough, but it's possible.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, what did Angie see in episode 4? Given everything else? That's a good question.
I have no idea. I don't think we have the information for that.
Yeah.
I
The
would like to remember what my theories were at the time, but
I don't think we even had theories at the time because we were like, fuck. We're suddenly moving away so we can't see what she saw, and then the plot went on, and we thought, oh, we'll swing back to this, and we never swung back to it. So we didn't even think of it as a mystery. The only thing I could think is that maybe Sakataro wasn't the only Sakataro.
that might actually be it because, like, here we like in the next question is exactly about that.
Yeah,
Angie is able to revive it using magic. How is it possible? Well, maybe fucking Ava lied, and she did not actually make it by hand.
yeah, maybe she didn't make it by hand, or maybe there was another one made and it was sitting in like a shop window somewhere, or like a.
Yeah, maybe she made. Maybe she did actually make it by hand, but she made two and like threw out the other one, and someone picked it up.
Yeah, could be anything like that. Next one's
But yeah,
easy.
episode four, like that's so obvious though.
Yeah,
He's not Ushimiya Asuma's son, but he is still the grandchild of Kinzo, which means
it's Kiri. Yeah.
it's Kiri. It's Kiri's his mother. Which is like the first thought that I had. It was just like, what? Oh, wait, never mind. I got it.
Yeah. Next one is about Kinzo. I would say then that somebody did just go ahead and say, hey, basically, the quote unquote Kinzo that arrived was somebody in a costume, and everybody just acknowledged that was Kinzo for the purposes of just getting on with the negotiations and
Yeah.
understood what that meant. And then finally, all alone on the island, but Battler's still going to die. Has to be either a natural disaster or some variety of size of bomb. Or, I guess, gas? It had to be something prepared beforehand or a natural disaster.
Yep. Beato acting out both like the roles of a murderer, of a human murderer, and a force of nature is interesting.
Yeah, I do like
And it's an
that, how
interesting
we
idea.
how we have three separate Beatrices, because my opinion is we have Beatrice the myth, Beatrice whoever's posing as her, and Beatrice what we saw at the end of episode 4, the natural disaster or inhuman, like a bomb or something.
Could also be like fate or what have you.
Yeah.
Okay,
Let me see. Solution to
that's
the
the last one.
nope, we got a section 2.
Yeah, there's a section 2, but like, isn't that for?
Nope, that's just a couple quick questions. Let me see, 6 questions specifically. Epitaph, detail a solution to the epitaph, explain the purpose of the epitaph within the context. Below the portrait of Beatrice, within Beatrice's game.
Choose a successor.
Hmm?
It's to choose a successor.
Yes, choose a
The
successor.
purpose.
Within Beatrice's game, there is some truth she wants Battler to know. Or she wants somebody to know. Let me see. Without love, it cannot be seen. I think we basically got an explanation to that. Without having some sort of ability to think from the other person's perspective and see from their side of things, even if you don't hold that opinion yourself, you're not going to get the answers to a lot of the questions you have. Because if you just think somebody's a cartoonish villain, you're not going to have a full idea of what they're capable of and why they would do something.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct on that. Uh, on Battler's sin, I don't think we have the information for that.
Yeah, I really can't. Yeah, no, I've got nothing.
Because like this is the first time that we've even heard anything of him on the island before he left his family to go live with his grandparents.
Yeah, we didn't get any scenes of that other than the fact that he hung around with Shannon and his cousins.
Yeah,
Okay, so different narratives on Rokenjima.
these are different possibilities.
Different
It's like
possibilities
different
and
different explanations of what
also
may have happened.
different notes that have been surfaced. So somebody was trying to set a narrative of what happened. Why, I don't know. And at the time they were written, they didn't know who all was going to die. And under most circumstances thought everybody was going to die. Okay, and then context of Umineko, talk about magic. Magic from the perspective of it existing is it is an outside force of a sort that exists at the fringes of reality that can be explained. The reason it's there in general is it draws the line between escapism and delusion.
Yeah, I can get behind that, especially with the bits with Maria like claiming she's happy despite like not actually being in a good place at all.
Yeah.
It's like, no, that's just delusion. You are deluded, girl. Which like, get out of there. The cat's trying to get into the Alfredo bowl. No, I don't care how much you want it. That's bad for you, and you'll fuck something up by getting back there anyway.
Yeah, no Alfredo for you.
I put garlic, onion, all sorts of shit in there that's bad for cats. You're not allowed, buddy. That's not for you. Make you very sick.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care how good it smells. I know it smells like chicken. That's because like I cooked the pasta in chicken broth.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, basically, magic existing, it exists at the fringes of reality. We kind of get that. And then, narratively, it is escapism versus delusion. Because there's.
What are you sniffing the air for?
Because you can absolutely see why any number of these characters would want some degree of escapism. But there is that line between escapism and delusion. And then, explain the truth of who, what, and why Beatrice truly is. I would say that Beatrice was an Italian woman that Kinzo met while potentially working with the Nazis, for all we know. But either way, rich enough to do some world travel. She helped him out for some reason, possibly because she did need somebody who was an adult man to do some of the things she couldn't in society. And he essentially fucking kidnapped her.
Yeah, that sounds about right to me.
Alright, that's all of them. So, now you know where we are on some of these mysteries. A lot of them, I do not believe we have all the information that would at least allow me to know what the fuck is going on.
Honestly, though, I prefer the magic.
Yeah.
But that's just me.
Good morning. As the story crosses into its second half, the tales woven by the Golden Witch have been exhausted. All that remains now is to understand them. Perhaps new game masters can offer a fresh perspective. Interesting. And actually, how long did that take us? That took us about an hour. But that's fine. We got all of our speculations out of the way. Excellent! I was not expecting that.
Hi, Beato. How do you do?
Excellent cackle. Yes, I totally own the PS3 and PC copy.
Absolutely, 100%. You idiot. Isn't it obvious? It'll be fun to kill her and see the pained look on your face. Why else? Look, don't turn your eyes away. Look at it. The fuck is going on? What is this?
Yeah, I don't know.
Look times 4.
魔法だよ家具だよそなたがどんなにわらわや魔法の存在を否定しようともほらほらほらほらほらほら
It's magic, it's furniture. No matter how much you try to deny me in magic.
Look times
times 6. Yeah. Sorry, Battler. It was pretty interesting.
Okay, so this is like the end of each of the episodes.
Still, I was just trying to do what Master told me, but it really did work very well. I hear after acting bad-tempered and exploring the depths of cruelty, if you act properly incompetent and soft, you can get a massive rise on that goodwill meter thing, right?
That lonely tone was the sound of the desolate wind blowing by. The color of the glittering flower petals on the rose bush was that of gold. The group of gold butterflies which had once danced through this golden rose garden like fluttering rose petals could no longer be seen anywhere. The master of the Golden Land is the Golden Witch Beatrice. She could be called inhumane and cruel, arrogant and outrageous, and also naive and simple. That laugh of hers, which lost its grace more and more the longer it continued, could no longer be heard. The Golden Witch Beatrice sat like a doll resting in a deck chair adorned as beautifully as the Golden Rose Garden. She wasn't relaxing there. Empty-eyed, never responding to any questions, and yet still not permitted to sleep, Beatrice was sitting there as if she was a doll. Her hair was down and Virgilio was carefully fixing it up with a comb. Beatrice had been complaining about this, and that regarding her hairstyle, then it would have been clear that she was the usual Beato. However, she gave no responses and showed no reactions. So instead, it only looked like Virgilio was combing the golden hair of a large doll. Alongside them, there was a table. On it was a chessboard along with a mix of black and white pieces in an all-out battle. However, something about the setup looked different from normal chess. It might have been a game similar to chess, but not identical. And on the other side, sitting back in his chair as he contemplated his next move, was a young man. No, perhaps he wasn't thinking of his next move. Every once in a while, he would change the positions of the pieces, reconsidering the situation each time he changed it. Maybe he was reconstructing previous games, trying to discover the thought process behind those moves. In the past, Kinzo, the Ushiromiya family head, once likened studying chess games to taking a journey through the thoughts of the old masters. Ushiromiya Battler was on a journey in search of the Golden Witch's thought process, which had led her to create these arrangements and make these moves. Battler took a black piece which he had only just moved forward, and returned it to its original place, sighing deeply. Battler's pieces were white. However, on that chessboard, the side facing Battler was black's territory. He was stepping through the game from Beato's perspective. The more I do this, the less I understand your moves. Even Battler didn't expect that Beato would respond to that statement. No, he was still holding on to the hope that there might be a chance of her responding, and had only made it sound as though he was talking to himself. New sprite?
Oh.
Beato's eyes reflected nothing, and her mouth told nothing. After begging him to kill her, the Golden Witch had become a corpse which had given up on living. She wasn't sleeping. She was forbidden to step down from this game, and therefore sleep was not permitted. So she must have heard. However, his words probably hadn't reached her heart. The Golden Witch would no longer sneer at Battler's moves, nor would she praise them or belittle them. Beatrice was no longer anything more than a living doll.
I think I'd like her better with her hair down.
Oh, 100%. Which honestly also says something about, oh, hey, she looks really good when she's not dressed up as a Beatrice as Kinzo remembers her. Even so, she would glance at him every once in a while. It would be an empty glance, but a glance nonetheless. Yeah, because she's not permitted to win. Like, Lambda Delta and Bern Castell made that clear. I'm surprised Captioner got Bern Castell.
No, so it did. Fuck's sake.
Interesting.
Well, I need a new fucking capture link. Because of course.
Because of course. Let me grab that then. Oh, not the link I need. Invite user. There we go, that's the link. So yeah, I would kind of just mentally check out too. Like, I get it.
I would be doing everything I possibly could to be as much of a pain in the ass to Lambda Delta and Bern Castell as I could.
I mean, there is also that.
Because spite is a powerful motivator. It's gotten me to 29 years old, okay?
Yeah, that's fair. I'm still surprised I'm a year older than you.
I know that people think I'm older than I am, but no, I'm not quite 30 yet.
Sometimes she would seem to have some sort of gesture or even move her lips. However, her movements were never able to communicate anything to Battler. What led you to make this move in this situation? I don't get it at all. Don't understand your moves.
Hey, so Battler is talking to you.
Say something. Snicker or guffaw if you want. I don't even care if you use that shrill laugh of yours. It seemed unbelievable. That shrill laugh of Beto's would never be heard again. However, even if she couldn't answer, his voice was surely reaching her. Battler was talking to her because he believed this. So he said the same thing one more time. And yeah, something to consider is if somebody is in a comatose state, definitely talk to them.
Yeah, because if nothing else, it does actually activate like the language centers of their brain.
Yep, so it is very helpful.
Which could cause a cascading reaction where they do actually wake up.
Yeah.
Could.
Yeah.
Not guaranteed.
Yeah, could. Not guaranteed, but it is very helpful to do, and there is, of course, the possibility that they are present, but not able to respond. So, you know...
Yeah, there's a sort of like half consciousness that you can go into sometimes where like you can't move or do anything, but you can like detect the world around you.
Yeah, you hear, you feel the passage of time. So, you know, you can help them from not going completely mad.
Fucking like start playing audiobooks for people.
Yeah, absolutely play audiobooks that you know they'd find interesting, things like that. Obviously, talk to your doctor. We're not medical professionals, but
All the research shows that like this stuff does help a little bit.
yep,
It's not a lot.
exactly.
It's not perfect. It's not guaranteed, but it does help.
Yeah, like, if I'm ever in a comatose state, play me something, please, dear God.
If I'm ever in a coma, just toss me over the back fence.
I mean, there's also that, but for the chance that, you know, you might wake up.
Yeah, just like keep me going for like a month or two. But if it's after that, nah, just toss me over the back fence, dude. Either I'll wake up or I won't. It'll be fine.
What led you to make this move in this situation? I don't get it at all. Don't understand your moves.
この子の考えることはわけがわかりませんか
So her thoughts don't make any sense to you.
Virgilia answered in her disciple's stead. Up to this point, she had done her best to avoid speaking for Beato. After all, there was a chance that Beato would respond in some way, and Virgilia didn't want to be the one to take that opportunity away from her. Which meant that Battler was being forced to bear with the silence, until Beato herself answered. Virgilia could no longer bear to watch him like this. Yeah, that would be pretty sad. And Battler, too, wanted to have a conversation with Virgilia. I mean, yeah, somebody who might have the fucking answers. Or at least might be able to help a little bit. With faith that their words would reach Beato's heart. Yep, I don't have a clue. The more I try standing in Beato's shoes and moving the pieces like this, the less I understand. Well, the thing is, you're trying to think of her as a singular entity, even when Berncastel herself said, don't think of Beatrice as just one person. A successful execution of a serial murder following an epitaph.
And also, there's also the fact that Battler is like terribly naive and does not actually think about people's pain.
Yeah.
Or trauma or anything like this. So it's been a huge thing, like a huge issue I've had with like half these characters all the time. It's just like they think that everyone is always making the optimal choice in every moment, but that's just not how humans work.
Yeah, which is something the narrative itself points out. It's just nobody's learning their fucking lesson yet.
Yeah, which of course, like I'm not saying this is like an error on like Ryukishi's part. No, absolutely not. These are like specific to the characters. These are character flaws, not a writing flaw.
Which, admittedly, Battler's the only one who can improve.
Because still fucking hasn't.
And still hasn't, but everybody else is stuck in a time loop they don't know is happening. So, fair enough that they're not learning their lessons. The successful execution of...
Although, Canon and Shannon do know a little bit about what's going on.
That is true.
There was that reveal, remember?
Yes, I remember.
Which I would assume means that Genji does as well, but like we haven't actually gotten confirmation on that.
Yeah, we haven't gotten confirmation on that. But it does mean they are rather important. Anybody who
it seemed like to them like some of the details were hazy, but like they did get some of it at least.
Yep. And they knew... Yeah, they know enough, anyway. He was stepping through the games from the witch side with that as the victory condition. But he just couldn't make it fit with Beato's moves. So actually use your game logic. If you can't make sense of it by the serial murders via epitaph, then that wasn't her goal. You could see several incomprehensible moves in the records of their past games that clearly conflicted with that victory condition.
さっぱりわからねえ。こいつの思考を探る
Yeah, he doesn't know what her victory condition is because she doesn't have one. He thinks it's to make him surrender, but that's just genuinely not right.
Yeah. It seems to me that her victory condition, or at least one of her goals, was to make Battler recognize whatever the sin is.
Yeah.
I don't get it at all. This journey through her thinking process is just too rugged.
でもあなたは投げ出さないのですね。
Even so, you won't give up, will you?
ああ、
Yeah,
約束した。
I promised.
Kill me. Let me die.
俺はこいつを安らかに死なせてやると約束した。
I promised to let her die peacefully,
そしてそれは俺にしかできない。
and I'm the only one who can do that. Oh, by the way, I was looking at the tips earlier, and Ryukishi has 2 types of magic, and they explained what each one was.
Yeah.
Because we got the endless magic, which we know, but the golden magic, they actually explain what that is, and that's to bring fantasy metals into the world.
Interesting. I could do some shenanigans with that.
Yeah. So that's why she has 2 titles.
That is good information.
Oh, okay, so she does have a shackle still. Because I wasn't sure if it was still there when they transitioned to the garden. Beto's right ankle was bound with a heavy cold steel shackle. It wasn't tied to anything, so it didn't restrict her movement. However, it symbolized restriction. It was a visualization of the restriction that prevented her from leaving the game without either victory or loss. And the shackle was
I
probably
knew the weather
hurting
app
her.
fucking lied to me. Son of a bitch. Because it said 32 this morning when I got up, and now it's 34. Fuck
Oof.
you. I knew you lied to me, you bastard.
Mercilessly cold steel shackle was tormenting her over and over inside her waking dream. So some noise. So there was never any relief in her empty expression.
What the fuck? So I just refreshed my stream page just to get everything, like, to make sure everything was working and all that shit. And I saw the cover for Answer Arcs,
Yeah!
and it's fucking Battler wearing Kinzo's
Cloak
cape.
cape or whatever. Yeah.
mantle, whatever the fuck.
So yeah, that has some implications, huh?
Yeah, a little bit.
I had seen that, but I wasn't sure you were gonna see that, so I kept quiet just in case it happened before you saw it.
No, there's no way. I was absolutely gonna see it.
Fair enough.
Because I refresh it every day. I just hadn't done it yet.
Gotcha. Her eyelids would sometimes tremble like she was having a bad dream, and every once in a while she would let out a pained gasp. Unless I win, Beato will never be released from the curse that prevents her from resting in peace.
Also, your stream has a sexual content warning on it.
Huh. Speaking of content warnings...
Yeah, like, we're the only 2 people streaming Answer Arcs right now. Just side note. So, like, when I clicked on this to, like, look at the cover more closely, it just has yours right beside mine, and it says it may contain sexual themes. It's like, what? No? No. Do I need to know something about this? What's going on here?
Yeah, actually, some of the content warnings did suggest there is some sexual, not anything on screen, but some elements of things that we need to be worried about from 5 onwards as we get explanations for what occurred. Which, I mean, makes sense, because
would
we
have been
do...
good to know yesterday.
Yeah, because we do have to explain where Beatrice II came from. The one who died in the 60s or whatever.
1967. There we go. Are you not in a hurry? It seems that the 5th game has already started.
興味ね。
I'm not interested. Why should I take part in any game without Beto as an opponent? That's the only alternative, then stepping through the past games on a journey in search of Beto's thought process is a much better use of my time. Yeah, who the fuck would be his opponent, anyway?
You can hold the fuck on, Lambda Delta. I am trying to put a content classification on here. There we go. Because I didn't know about that beforehand. Because Mal didn't tell me. And I haven't been actually like looking at all this stuff.
I didn't remember until you said something. So, that's why.
Yeah. I'll be the next game master.
Let me see. How do I add a content thingy?
What do you mean?
Well, the same thing you were doing.
Yeah, but you already have it.
Oh. Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. You already have it.
Okay. Well, I had it from episode 1 then, okay.
Weird. Any objections? Yes. God damn it, Lambda Delta, go away. You have none, right?
I have many.
I have so many. Not least of all is that you look like a child and I don't want you anywhere near me.
Thank you, Bern Castell.
I have tons. Beato has abandoned the fight and lost consciousness. Isn't this lost by default and game over for her? I'll admit that a lot's happened to Beato, and it feels a teensy bit like she's not been knocked out right now. But that doesn't mean she's lost the will to fight. Sure.
She's literally asked Battler to kill her.
That's why I'm acting as her assistant. I'd rather have her no way.
Please.
Get it?
Beato was lying down on a deck chair almost as though she was sleeping. However, she wasn't sleeping, and she wasn't awake either. She was nothing more than a living doll, who had given up on victory, asked Battler to perform her last rites, and entrusted everything to him. Of course, no 5th game would ever be prepared if everyone just sat around.
You know, it's weird, but like I've been getting a lot of like doll shit lately in the fiction that I've been reading. I don't know why. It's just a bunch of doll shit out of nowhere.
Fair enough. So Lambda Delta X succeeded Beato as the game master, and proclaimed that she would prepare the next game. Quit messing around. This game is between me and Beato. I don't know who you two are, but I'm not gonna just let you carry on without us.
No one asked your opinion. So, Bern, do you accept or not? Sure. Go and succeed her position.
俺とベアトを無視して勝手に話を進めるんじゃねえ。
What the hell? How dare you say that? I don't know who you two are, but I'm not gonna let you ignore Beato and me and just carry on by yourselves.
落ち着きなさいよ。
Calm down.
確かにプレイヤーが変われば指し手も変わる。
Of course, a different player will choose different moves.
あんたにとっては戸惑うことも多いかもしれないけど、
You might have a lot of reason to feel uneasy about
そ
the
れでも
idea.
大きなヒントになりうるでしょ。
But even so, it could give you some big hints, right?
That's true.
Yeah, but also fuck off, little girl.
That's a hell of a face. Who
勝
cares?
手なこと言って仕切ってんじゃね
And
え。
who put you in charge?
ベアとのゲームを4つも繰り返して何もわからないんでしょ。
Yeah, no one's fucking told him anything, Brent Castell. Come on. Like, you literally don't even let him remember the fucking conversations you've had with him. You
Yeah.
nerd. Like, of course he doesn't understand anything. Beato's game is repeated 4 times and you still don't understand anything, right?
ならプレイヤーが変わるのは大きなヒントになると思うけれど。
In that case, I think that changing the player might lead to some huge hits. Yeah,
大きなお世話
this
だ。
is... Fuck. Like, you can go away too. Small child.
Yeah, but Battler, come on, man. She's trying. That's none of your
これ
business.
はベアトが用意し、俺を対戦相手に指定した。俺たちのゲームだ。
This is our game. Beato prepared it, and she designated me to be her
ど
opponent in
こ
it.
から湧いてきたのかもしれないお前らにかき回されるのはごめんだ。
I don't know what hole you two crept out of, but I don't want you screwing things up.
ならベアとを起こして次の準備をさせて。
In that case, wake Beato up and make her get the next game ready.
できる？
Can you?
ベアトはしばらく起きねえよ。それに新しいゲームなんて必要ね。
Beato won't be getting up for a while, but there's no need for a new
あ
game.
いつがこれまでに出題してきた4つのゲームの譜面だけで十分だ。
Just the 4 games she's already laid out are more than enough.
仮に第5のゲームがあるとしても、それはベアトが出題し、俺に挑むものだけで十分だ。
Even if there's to be a 5th game, it just needs to be something that Beato lays out and I
お
challenge.
前らには何の関係もない。
You two have absolutely nothing to do with this. Battler couldn't hide his irritation at these 2 witches called Lambda Delta and Burn Castell, who had shown up after the game's start and who had started to try and continue it on their own. It looked like these witches were one of even higher rank than Beato, so high in fact that even Beato's master Virgilia couldn't come close. Battler had the feeling that he'd seen these 2 several times before. However, this was
As
the
far
first
as
time.
you know.
However, this was the
Battler.
first time he had learned their names and spoken to them directly.
ベアとを起こせず、あんたに次のゲームを準備もできない。
You can't get the next game ready without waking
だ
Beato.
から私が次のゲームを用意するわけ。
That's why I'm going to prepare it instead.
私たちはね、
Listen, Battler.
いつ正気を取り戻すかもわからないベアとにいつまでも付き合ってられるほど気が長くないの。
We are so patient that we're willing to wait however long we have to for Beato to regain consciousness.
ベルン、
Right, Burn?
退屈はごめんなの。
I don't like boredom.
イライラするほどに。
It really ticks me off.
お前が退屈がろうが、俺たちは知ったことじゃねえ。
Really don't care whether you get bored or not.
まあまあ、
Come on now.
このパーフェクトなラムダデルタ様に任せなさい。
Leave everything to perfect Lady Lambda Delta, okay?
私がゲームマスターを引き継ぐ。
I'll take over as the game master.
大丈夫よ。あんまり絶対完璧にはプレイしないわよ。
Don't worry, I won't play too much with certain perfection.
ベアトっぽく、わけのわかんないフェイクや尻尾、ボーナスヒントをいっぱい用意してあげる。
I'll act all Beato-like and prepare plenty of clues, bonus hints, and fakes that make no sense.
ベア トの世界をより理解するための大きなヒントにしてあげるわよ。
I'll make it into one big hint to help you understand Banto's world even more, okay?
Letting my voiceless emotion explode, I slammed the table hard. The two witches barely flinched. One grinned, the other looked indifferent, as though nothing had happened. The two of them just stared at me silently, as though they were reproaching me.
何？
What's this? Not
不
satisfied?
満？あんたは私による第5のゲームを降りるっての？
Are you saying you'll step down from my 5th game?
それって不先輩？
Isn't that lost by default?
バトラは降りないわよ。もちろん第5のゲームにも参加するわ。
Battler won't step down. Of course he'll participate in the 5th game.
勝手に決めるんじゃね
Don't just decide that yourself. She's right, though. You're not about to give up.
お前らに俺は付き合わない。
I'm not gonna play along with you
知
two.
ったことじゃな
I
い。
don't give a shit.
ならやっぱり不先輩ってことよね。
And it really is lost by default, right?
このゲームは魔女側の勝ち。人間は屈服ってことでお開きでいいかしら。
The which side wins this game, the humans submit and we wrap things up then.
降りるなら不先輩でゲーム終了だけどいいの？
It's fucked up that like they literally don't even play by the same rules for the fucking defaulting or not.
Yeah.
Because like when Beato said like, yeah, I'm not gonna prepare the next game or I'm not gonna continue, like that was supposed to be a defaulting, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that would be seen that like any other circumstance. But like now he can't even do the same thing. Fuck you. That
Yeah.
sucks. Holy shit. If you step down, you lose by default and the game ends. Are you okay with that?
たった一人残された妹が
If you want to make certain that your lonely
無
sister
限の世界のすべてで
will always meet with
不
miserable
幸な境
circumstances
遇を確定させたいのならそれも選択よ。
in an endless number of worlds, that option is indeed open to you.
When Berncastel mentioned Angie, Battler's expression changed instantly.
てめ
How dare you
え、エンジェのことを
talk about Angie so casually?
するんじゃね
あなたにこの私、奇跡の魔女ベルンカステルが味方しているからこそ。
Because you have me, the Witch of Miracles, Burn Castell, as your
エ
ally.
ンジェにはひょっとしたら家族が帰ってくるかもしれない奇跡の余地が残されてるのよ。
That there exists the possibility of a miracle in which Angie's family might come home to her.
あなたが自らそれを捨てて、エンジェの無限の未来、すべてを不幸なものに確定するのもまた、私には一興だけれども。
Well, if you throw that chance away yourself, guaranteeing Angie's endless futures will all end in sorrow, that might be pretty interesting for me too.
I'm eating and I thought they were gonna talk a little longer.
Nope.
I vaguely understood what she was saying. Until I win in Beato's game, I'll remain trapped in this bizarre world. And if I abandon victory, then most certainly my parents and I will never return to Angie. For Angie's sake, even though I know that the witches are toying with me, I must keep on fighting.
くそ
Damn.
なにその不満そうな顔。
What's wrong? You look
自分の
unsatisfied.
妹をグズグズのひき肉にされた怒り、もう忘れちゃったの？
Did you already forget the anger you felt when your sister was turned into mincemeat?
プチプチブチブチ。無数の焼けたペンチで引きちぎって細切れにしていくあの光景。
That spectacle where she was torn to bits, ripped to pieces by countless red-hot
今
pliers.
度はちゃんと真正面で見ないとダメ？
Do you need to look at it directly this time?
Fucking hell, Burn. Oh, are you even trying? Burn Castell faced the palm of her right hand upwards. As she did, a pale light gathered there, and some kind of blue glowing crystal appeared there. A scene was reflected on its sharp surface, but it wasn't the scene that surrounded them now. You looked deep into the crystal, that fragment, and you would probably learn what was reflected on there. If you stared at it, then you would surely witness that scene where Angie finally reached her beloved brother after devoting 12 years of her life to that goal, only to have her entire body torn to bits while she was still alive. Damn you. Without thinking, he grabbed at her collar, but as soon as he touched whatever made up her form, it disappeared like foam on the waves. And then, as naturally as though she had been there from the beginning, Berncastel was leaning against a distant wall.
You step down from the game. This will become not just a fragment, but a definite reality. She should smile more because that's upsetting and awesome.
Yeah, it is very upsetting.
I like that. I like that a lot. I won't be the one to weave that future. You'll do it yourself. So you decide, all right? Figure out what you want to do with your beloved little sister's future.
Battler's fist shook with anger, but even if he swung them down, he wouldn't be able to hit Berncastel. Like a cat or a phantom, this witch wouldn't even let someone pet her if she didn't wish for it. Besides, she's telling the truth. For Angie's sake, I can't step down from this fight, even if these unpleasant witches hijack the game board.
It's just like you, Burn. Even the way you frighten people into doing what you want is heartless. That's how it is, Battler. You aren't allowed to step down from the game board. You and Beato are both nothing more than pieces on the game board who exist to distract us from our boredom. Even your incomprehensible anger and irritation make for a wonderful treat to sate our boredom. Well, this level of anger only makes for a cheap snack. Those cheap curry flavored potato wafers that sell at 30 yen for a pair. Fuck's sake. That's a cheap fucking snack, dude.
That is a cheap snack, but I also kind of want it.
Literally like a quarter.
Yep. That's also a hell of a face.
Yeah.
You damn witches.
Yeah, her showing emotion is much better than her flat face, I think. But maybe it's because of her usual flat face that like her showing emotion like that is
so effective, yeah.
I don't know. I'm trying to think of it now, like in terms of like character design and all that. But like honestly, these are just really good expressions.
Oh yeah, 100%. They are just really good
Like
expressions.
removing it from the context in my brain of her previous behavior, like these are just really good expressions, and I think I'd like them to see them more. Period.
Yeah.
Fight for Angie's sake, okay?
そしてベアとのためにもでしょ。
And for Beatos too, right?
In a way that was admonishing, or perhaps babying. Berncastel smiled, tormenting Battler in a similar way to how something too sweet sometimes gives you a headache.
Fuck you talking about?
I've never had that, but okay.
Yeah, like literally never. Sure though.
Though I do get the idea of sickly sweet.
Yeah, like it would make you sick feeling, but like not a headache.
The host of this tea party, Beato, was absent now.
But then again, it's also like there's a lot of expressions in Japanese that I just don't get either, like stress making giving you a stomachache. I've literally never got that ever.
Oh no, I get
Like-
that one. That's something that actually does.
Okay,
happen
fair
to me.
enough. But like I genuinely have like stress induced pains as well, just like never in my stomach.
Yeah.
Like I've been diagnosed with stress induced pains.
It just can vary between people how that manifests, but yeah, for me,
Yeah, I'm just wondering like how is that so common in Japanese or in Japan specifically that like that it's an actual trope? I don't get it.
no. Maybe it has to do with whatever writers or whoever happen to talk about stress in books and things.
Yeah, like 30, 40 years ago or whatever, when like shit was first getting, or like the modern tropes were first getting like fucking started.
Yeah. And for us, stress is more in the heart and the head, I think, in our literature.
Could be, yeah, like stress headaches and stress pains in the chest. That would be an interesting study, actually. I'm sure there actually is a few of them out there about it, but like the nature of language and culture and how it alters how stress symptoms manifest.
Yep.
Because we already know that language and culture can also change how you see color.
Yep.
For those of you who don't know, yeah, there's a reason why like in ancient Greek like stuff was called like wine dark instead of as black or blue.
Yep. Specifically, did not have a word for blue.
Not that specific blue anyway.
Yep. And the guest witches were already making themselves at home.
どうすんの後ろ宮バトラー
What'll you do, Ushirimiya Battler?
運命に屈しちゃう
Surrender to fate.
But yeah, I do, like, I see why these are the expressions people like the most out of the three possible options. Because Ryukishi is a lot of things, but an accomplished artist he is not. And then the pachinko sprites.
All of his like character sprites just like look like they've been squished.
Yeah, and then the pachinko sprites are the pachinko sprites.
降りちゃいなさいよ魔女の駒にして遊ばれるなんて
Although it's still very funny when people like try to lean their head back or simulate someone leaning their head back and they just move their face up the skull.
Yep, but it would just be way too much money to make a second set of assets.
Yeah, it's just like I understand why it happens. It's just very funny.
Oh yeah, it's 100% very funny. But just, hats off to the companies that do that, but also those are companies that do that. Rather than a studio of 2 to 3 people, depending on when they're doing shit.
Sorry, just getting everything like organized on my second monitor because the weather app lied to me. I can't keep my fucking. I thought I was gonna be able to keep my third monitor, my tablet on today, but because it lied to me and it's actually hotter than that, I can't. So I gotta. I'm organizing everything on my second screen, but like I've got like 8 windows up right now, so
Yeah, like it's
having
even
issues.
it's even pretty hot for here. It is 31 Celsius.
It's not much cooler than this year, actually.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, yeah, the US is pretty warm today.
Although, like, the temperature here is lower than average for this time of year right now, which
Yeah.
is like great for me because, like, if I had to deal with one more day of 40°C or higher, I was going to explode. Like, literally just pop like a fucking balloon. It's been very upsetting the last few days, dude.
Yeah, that's fair.
If you guys are wondering why we didn't stream on Thursday, that's why.
Yeah, it was very hot and very uncomfortable for a cat.
I was fucking dying. And yes, I have an air conditioner, but air conditioners are not fucking magic. All right, like they have a limit to how much cooler they can make it, how high a temperature they can run in.
Yeah, that's
I
the
know
thing.
most people don't know that, but that's because most people don't sit around in fucking 40-degree weather.
Yeah.
Like there's no actual option for like someplace like a desert to keep it like actually cool and livable during the day. You just gotta be like,
Yeah.
inside with a lot of wind.
For people who don't know, 40 Celsius is about 104 Fahrenheit.
Yeah. I mean the typical limit for an AC is about 100 degrees Fahrenheit or 37, 38 Celsius.
Yeah, so unfortunately, it is one of those things where, well, to be perfectly honest, we need to actually prepare for heat in our architecture, and when we don't, we relied on air conditioning a lot more.
Yeah, which is exactly what's happening here because like what's supposed to happen in a desert when the sun goes down, yes, it's very, very hot during the day, the hot enough to like kill people very easily. But at night, it's supposed to get substantially cooler. Like it's supposed to drop in Fahrenheit. It's supposed to go from like 105 Fahrenheit to like 60 over the course of like 3 hours. And this happens because there isn't a lot of stone or grass or soft soil or trees or anything like that to trap the heat in a desert.
Yeah,
However, because we can't fucking help but use concrete and asphalt literally everywhere and everything, that means anyone who lives in a town in a desert gets to just be shafted because what happens there is the stone will absorb heat and then release it at night slowly over time instead of being released very quickly by the tiny grains of sand.
Yep.
Because it's a surface area issue, right? It's the same reason why ground sugar dissolves faster in hot water than like fucking, I don't know, just like a chunk of crystallized sugar, Like it dissolves much faster when it's ground versus when it's actually like crystallized.
Yep.
It's the same thing in salt and so on and so forth. It's because the surface area absorbs heat and water more easily with the higher the surface area to mass ratio, right? Or to volume ratio.
Yeah, so in general,
means-
we need different compounds that don't trap heat. We need to actually use awnings in our architecture more. And basically,
Stop making shit black.
yeah, stop making
This is
shit
like the last thing that you'll ever hear me say. Someone like me, to stop making your roads black, for one thing.
Yep. Though, to some
Fucking
extent,
sucks.
it does need to be a darker color, but it does not need to be pure black.
It could be like a dark gray easily. Sad. But like this also happens in cities, which is why like cities are typically much hotter than the surrounding area, even if you just go a couple miles out of town.
Yep.
Just why like fucking What was it? It's like Toronto up there gets like up to nearly the same temperature as it does down here in a literal desert in New Mexico. That's why Toronto gets that hot, is because there's just so much concrete and so much like shit to like release heat over the night,
Yeah.
and then like it's still in the air and making everything hot whenever the sun rises.
Yeah, we need a lot more natural spaces, and we need to not have so many parking lots.
Yep. This isn't just like an environmentalism thing. This is like a human livability thing, right? Like,
Yeah, exactly. That's
if
the
we
thing.
keep going at this rate, it's just going to keep piling up the heat and fucking us up.
Yeah, like, even if you ignore the global warming thing, which you shouldn't, but, you know, if you ignore climate change, there's still just the having a city be fucking livable.
Like in a literal sense.
Yeah, like,
Can you even survive living here for a day, sort of shit?
yeah, exactly. Like, a lot of people die in heat. And also, just in general, having it be so cities are built for people, not cars. Because please.
It's like, even if you don't, even if you are ignoring the global warming, fucking climate change thing, just like imagine this: being able to be outside without soaking through your shirt with sweat.
Yeah, like, there's
Magical, right?
yeah, stuff like that.
That's what we could have.
Being able to walk to your store and not have to walk on the road.
Being able to live in Britain without fucking dying of heat stroke.
Yeah, also that.
Britain, of all places.
Yeah, fucking Britain. But yeah, just being able to do that, being able to walk to the store, being able to, well, honestly, go to any neighborhood and be able to have your kids or the kids in the neighborhood, even if you don't have kids, be able to walk to a playground.
Or like it's a hit you in the wallet to be able to go to the store without paying for gas.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, walking to the store, like, hell,
Like, who the fuck wants to pay for half a gallon of gas just to go grab a fucking soda, dude?
Yeah,
I certainly don't want to goddamn do that.
like, something I hate is I am a half mile from a store, but there is not end-to-end sidewalk to go there. So I have to, at some points in that walk on the road.
Additional selfish plus side: the fewer cars on the road, the less traffic, the less you get stuck in traffic.
Yep. That is why public transport is a thing. And even without
Everything that like environmentalists say that like would be good for you is actually like good for you. It's not just like, hey, you feel good about yourself for doing this. It's literally, it makes your life better.
yeah, like, even setting aside climate change, everything else would still be excellent. Cleaner water, cleaner air, being able to,
Fewer fucking cars on the road.
you know, being able to, you know, go to the store like you did when, you know, at least for some people who are older, like you did when you were a kid.
Yeah, like I used to fucking walk to the store all the time.
Having more public spaces, having more nice looking natural spaces.
Which of course that part relies on subjectivity, but like the big thing is like people always like claim that environmentalists are always asking everyone to like sacrifice stuff. No. I think people who are framing it that way, environmentalists who are framing it that way, are doing like a poor job of advocating for it, because most things can be fixed without us sacrificing a goddamn thing.
Yeah, like the large things that,
Almost all of it can be fixed.
yeah, like the main thing that you would have to do, at least in the short term, until we develop boats that don't rely on fossil fuels, is eating
Eat
things
local.
more seasonally.
Yeah, the seasonal local food, which is also a great idea because then it's fresh.
Yeah, absolutely.
And just like ask anyone that likes pears how much they want to eat a 2-week-old pear.
Yeah.
The answer is not fucking at all. I don't want to eat a 2-week-old pear. I want to eat a fresh one. Thank you.
All right. I think that's enough of that ramble for now. But just
I
give us
always
a
have
please,
more.
please. Yeah, exactly. We could literally just do a podcast about this, but
That's not this. Just step down. You've had enough of being toyed with as a witch's piece, right?
ベルの駒は辛いわよ。
It's tough being one of Burn's pieces.
とあんたもエンジェみたいに使い捨てにされる
You'll be a throwaway, just like Angie.
I don't think you can throw Battler away. Judging by the fucking game art, Battler's going to get an upgrade.
And also judging by how desperately you guys are trying to keep him here at the game board.
You also need him.
Yeah, like this does not work without him.
あなたに降りる選択肢は与えてない。
I'm not giving you the option of stepping down.
妹の未来のために戦い続けるの。
Keep fighting for the sake of your sister's future.
私は味方よ。
I'm on your side.
その未来にたどり着けるよ。
I don't believe that
あなた
face.
が
That's the
信じ
mischief
ている
face.
サポートするわ。
Like that face is shorthand for mischief in like basically everything drawn ever.
Yeah, like that is
Because it's
very
like
much...
a very cat-like smile, and it's just like, oh yeah, that's just mischief right there.
Yeah, it's the knife cat meme.
All you gotta do is just like fucking stick some cat ears on this girl, and you'll be like, oh yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
Until you win, I'll support you so that you can reach that future.
私が退屈するまで永遠に。
For all eternity, till I get bored. That's not for all eternity. Burn yourself.
Yeah.
You keep using that word. I do not think you know what it means.
Yeah. Battler couldn't allow himself to fall for their provocation and cajolery. I've never heard cajolery before. I've heard the word cajole. These witches knew what he got mad... These witches knew that he got mad easily, and they were trying to take advantage of that. Battler withstood it all, and finally relaxed his clenched fists.
And honestly, as soon as I know that someone's trying to piss me off, it just no longer works.
If you want to start this 5th game of yours, then just do it. Do whatever you want.
好きにするわよ。
Lambda Delta like, yes, I will.
No, I will.
あれれ、どこ行くのよ。
Hey, where are you going?
Even though Battler had acknowledged this 5th game, he turned his back on them, which surprised Lambda Delta a bit.
お前がベアとの代役を務めるってんなら、そこのベルーンカステルとかいう魔女が俺の代役を務めるってだろ。
If you're gonna be
He's just like,
Beto's...
fuck you, girls.
Yeah, if you're gonna be Beto's substitute, then I'm sure that Bernkastel witch over there can be mine if she wants.
道理ね。そうじゃないと。戦闘になってしまう
Not a bad idea. Otherwise, this will turn into a loss by default.
何よそれ。私が作る渾身のエピソード5をあんた
The heck, are you just gonna ignore this episode 5 that I put so much effort into making?
失礼しちゃう失礼しちゃう。
Rude, rude.
バトラーはしばらく休憩するそうよ。
This is why you just pause the game for a little bit, you fucking nerds. Let him go sit down and just like have a breather for a second. Shit. Battler says he's going to go take a break. He's going to take a break for a while.
私がプレイヤーの代役を務める。
Until he comes back, I'll be the substitute player.
それでどうバトラー。
How does that sound, Battler?
I really love her expressions, and I do think it is elevated a bit by the fact that she didn't use these until now, but they are good on their
Yeah,
own.
this is just like a hold on. Don't go anywhere with this.
Okay.
So I don't flashbang anyone with a fucking snipping tool. It's just like a very, very good expression when you say that.
Yep.
そうしやが
Probably a good idea for me to not do that on screen anyway, even if I didn't want to flashbang, or even if I didn't care about flashbanging people, because like saving the image means it goes like opens up my download folder.
Yeah. You
You
do
know, we
that.
talked about this before. I'm an artist, so like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff in my downloads folder that's just like references, and I draw people naked because that's part of like fucking figure studies. So
Yeah,
you know,
that's part of learning how to draw people.
I don't want to get TOS'd. Anyway, we're good. Go for it.
なにラムダ。
What's wrong, Lambda?
間抜けなバトラーじゃなくて、私がプレイヤーだと遊んでくれないの？
If your opponent is me and not that fool battler, you won't play.
そんなわけないわ。
Oh, of course I will.
ベルンと一緒に遊べて嬉しいわよ。
I'm glad I get to play with you, Burn.
さあさあ、遊びましょう遊びまし
Come on, let's play. Let's
ょう。
play.
ラムダデルタ様の超ハイパーでキュートに可愛いエピソード5を一緒に遊びましょうよ。
I'm gonna put your head in the wood chipper. She would probably find that interesting. Let's play together in Lambda Deltas. Lady Lambda Delta. Sorry, allergies. Lady Lambda Delta's super hyper and cute episode 5.
一応、
Fucking
ベアト
twat.
の作った世界なのよ。
This is a world that Beato created, remember?
世界観ぶち壊しにしてないでしょうね。
You weren't going to ruin the atmosphere of the story, are you?
大丈夫だってば。私そういうのの空気は読める方なのよ。
I don't fucking believe you.
Yeah. Are you sure about that?
Don't worry about that. I'm really good at reading between the lines for that sort of stuff.
ちゃんとベアトっぽい世界観でもっと面白い物語に仕上げてみせたわ。
I made sure to use a Beato-ish atmosphere, and I made it an even more interesting story.
Okay.
バトルの
Fuck's
休憩
sake.
終わったら早く戻ってくるのよ。
Battler, make sure you come back as soon as your break's over, okay?
見逃すともったいないわよ。
It'd be a shame to miss this.
ベアトの秘密に迫れるようなボーナスヒントをたっぷり用意してるんだから。
I've prepared plenty of bonus hints that'll get you closer to Beato's secret.
と見せかけてミスリード満載でますますに煙に巻く気なんだけどね。
It's what it'll look like, but I'll actually fill it with misdirection to make things more and more confusing.
ちょっと、ほらバトラー、魔女の話聞いてんの？
Wait, hey, Battler, why aren't you listening when a witch is talking? Oh, I'm sorry, I thought I heard a mosquito. Did you say something?
Without answering, Battler disappeared into the darkness. After shrugging and cackling, the witches immediately started playing with the game board they had stolen from Beato.
あの魔女どもにベアとのゲームは理解できるのか？
Dude, I don't think I could fucking like play a part like Angie in this sort of thing. Because if I were Angie, I would have been like just sitting off to the side, knowing I was fully immune to magic. Just being the snarkiest shitbag you ever saw.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's like a total peanut gallery moment.
Yeah, just a fucking Waldorf and Statler from the fucking Muppets.
Just some random heckler they can't do anything about.
Mm-hmm. Can those witches really understand Beto's game?
同じゲーム版を使う以上この子にで
Which,
きないことは
like,
できません
some people might ask, like, why was Angie affected by the red hot pliers then if she's immune to magic? It's, well, she agreed to it, right? She allowed it to have power over her when she agreed to the condition.
Yeah, she agreed to the condition, and thus she was bound to it. Which,
Immunity to magic, and this comes from denying magic, right? So if you accept if you accept something as a condition, then that condition automatically has power over you no matter what your resistance is.
yep, exactly. And it was a situation where Angie didn't know she could just break in, and breaking in might have been harder if she didn't agree to it.
She agreed to that condition after she had already broken in.
Well, yeah, she broke
Because
in.
that was in the side conversation with Lambda Delta afterwards on at the game table.
Yeah. But, as far as breaking into the actual game itself, like the outside of the game board, she broke into the game board originally. To get Battler to, realize, hey, this is fake, they're going to make you sign that thing.
Don't fucking sign that paper. Since they're using the same game board, they cannot do anything that this child cannot do.
しかしこの子がやらないことはやれます
However, they can do things that she wouldn't do.
Yeah, so things she's capable of doing, but wouldn't necessarily have done.
Time to get the full scope of Beato's powers then.
やらないこととは何だ
What do you mean, things she wouldn't do?
チェスの道具はチェスで遊ぶために存在します
The materials of chess exist to play chess
そ
with.
れを使ってトランプをすることはできない
You cannot use them to play cards.
し
Fucking
かし
bet.
チェスの
I can find a way.
相手に投げつけてぶつけたりチェス盤に落書きしてみたり
However, as for throwing the chess pieces at your opponent or scribbling on the board,
There you go.
そういう行為をすることも不可能ではありません
doing such things is not impossible.
しかしそれはチェスに対する冒涜だから
However, that would be blasphemy against the game of chess,
誰もやらない
so people don't do that.
Never do this. That is what villains do.
This is the weapon of the enemy, etc., etc.
That definitely wouldn't be chess anymore. Looked like Beato's eyes clouded very slightly with sadness.
ふざけやがって
Damn them.
これは俺とベアとのゲームだ
This game is between me and Beato.
他の誰にも冒涜はさせない
Won't let anyone else profane it. At that time...
Hey, it's been a while since we saw you, buddy. I was
Yeah,
about to comment on that, actually. So we hadn't seen him since Beato dismissed him on the board.
yep. At that time, gold butterflies gathered in Renobe appeared holding a tea set with black tea.
紅茶のおかわりはいかがですか
Would you like some more tea?
もらえるか
If you wouldn't mind.
かしこまりました。いかがですかお嬢様の思考を探る旅は
Certainly. So, how is this journey of yours in search of my lady's thoughts been?
さっぱりだが楽しんでるぜ
I'm as clueless as ever, but I'm enjoying it. At least you know you're clueless.
しかしよろしいのですか
On a different topic, are you certain about
こち
this?
らでくつろがれていても
Relaxing here, I mean.
Yeah, you are kind of just sitting in the Golden Land.
Yeah, just sat there in the Golden Land.
勝手に進めてるゲームのことか
Are you talking about that game those witches are playing all by themselves?
ええ先ほど紅茶をお届けに伺った時にはもう第一
Already?
番の
God damn.
殺人が起こり
Yes, just now I went to serve them when I went to serve them some tea, the murders of the first Twilight had already taken place.
Fucking hell. You guys are quick.
もうじきその次の殺人も起こりそうな気配でした。
It seemed as though the next murder would occur shortly.
Yeah, I guess this is also commentary how in Higurashi the deaths were quick. And very brutal.
Yeah, it just like happened immediately. I do remember that much.
When Beto and I were playing, the game would be paused whenever someone left their seats. However, those witches wouldn't pause that game just because I wasn't around.
ロノウェは奴らのゲームを見たのか？
Renove, did you see their game?
一部ではございますが。
Just a part of it.
どうだった？
How was it? Renove lifted the pot high with an elegant gesture as he poured the black tea. After he was done, he finally spoke, expressing his thoughts in very few words.
愛がありませんな。
Don't have love.
愛ってなんだ？
What do you mean, love?
これは失礼。
My apologies.
女性風に申し上げるとです。
I'm gonna slap you too, run away. That is how it would be put if a woman were to say it.
男性風に申し上げるならば、義理が通らない
As a man,
としましょうか。
perhaps one could say it was dishonorable.
I understood what those words meant. When I met Virgilia's eyes, she shook her head slightly and stared at the floor.
上辺は大変よくお嬢様のゲームに似せていると思います。
I've always thought that demons should be more,
Mhm.
I'm trying to think of the word now. More equal, less misogynistic, or misandrous. Yeah, the less like prejudiced. in general.
Egalitarian, basically.
Not quite, because like
Or I should say,
demons like definitely should be like very scheming, conniving, and like to fuck up anyone. but, like,
egalitarian
less,
in mindset, or like a meritocracy.
No, like even then, like not that, but I just mean like overall demons should be like, even if they, when they're insulting people, even if they use like slurs and all that shit, they don't actually think those slurs, right? They don't.
Yeah, exactly. Meanwhile, Renove, at the very least, his focus is a man Kinzo's age. Granted, Genji doesn't come across as greatly misogynistic, but we also don't get him talking candidly about what he thinks.
Yeah, it's just like I've always felt like demons should not be like that when they're explaining things like this.
Yeah.
Like they shouldn't be like, oh, if a woman were to say it, it would be like without love. What the fuck are you talking about?
Mhm.
Shut up, idiot. Because like love and compassion are different from honor or dishonorable, right?
Yeah.
They are fundamentally different things. That's why we have two entirely separate words.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say probably the better way to say it is without compassion. Judging from what he's about to say, but we'll see.
At a glance, I believe it resembles my lady's games
しか
greatly.
し、根本が大きく異なっています。
However, the foundation is very different.
それはベアとのゲームのルールに反することなのか？
Does it go against the rules of Beto's game?
いいえ、反しません。
Yeah, because like in terms of a like game with set rules, like chess or whatever, or even like in a duel or some shit, like you can still be dishonorable while following the rules.
Yep.
It's like being honorable versus being dishonorable is about like the spirit of things, right?
Yeah, to use a game like Dead by Daylight, you can be an asshole. And the game even somewhat can reward you for being an asshole. But not everybody's gonna have fun if you do that, and part of a game is to have fun with everyone.
Yeah, like for example, in Halo, teabagging someone is dishonoring, but it can just be very funny. So it depends on the circumstance whether or not like that's permissible by like the general culture, right?
Yeah, we're camping spawn points.
Yeah, camping is dishonorable. Like in every circumstance, even if the game allows you to do it, it's within the rules. It's still dishonorable.
Yeah, with Dead by Daylight, I don't think you abandon somebody that you put on a hook, but at the very least, you shouldn't.
Just like stare into their fucking eyes.
Yeah,
the entire time.
Yeah, like stare into their eyes. And if you and you shouldn't try and just run out the clock on one person.
No, you should at least like be making an attempt to like patrol the area, move around, do something.
Yeah.
ラムダデルタ様はお嬢様のゲームのルールを実によく理解なされております。
No, it does not. Lambda Delta or Lady Lambda Delta understands the rules of my lady's game very well indeed.
しかし
However,
Battler stood up. There was no need to make Renobe say anymore.
バトラク
yes, there is. I don't know what he was gonna say.
せっかく入れてもらったけど、紅茶はいらねえぜ。
Sorry, Renobe. I know you went to all the trouble of pouring this for me, but tea isn't what I need.
やはり
I need a stiff drink.
ますか
You will go after all.
ああ、俺たちのゲームに部外者はいらない。
Yeah, we don't need any outsiders in our game. Those guys weren't even here in the beginning. Because I've been loafing around, crazier and crazier witches have been introduced. And now they've hijacked this game between me and
取り
Beto.
返さねえとな。
I've got to take it back.
ベアとのゲーム版は今は俺が預かってるはずなんだ。
I'm supposed to be the one taking care of Beto's game board now.
その俺がここでぼんやりしてるわけにはいかない。
That means I shouldn't just sit around here.
ありがとう。その言葉をこの子に聞かせてやりたかった。
Thank you. I wanted to let this child hear those words.
きっと聞こえていますよ。お嬢様はそれにお返事することができないだけです。
I'm sure she hears them. My lady is simply unable to answer.
Beto lay there silently like a living doll with dull eyes. The game board that she had created herself had been hijacked by incomprehensible people and was being turned into a mess. Beto had called on me to be her opponent. Then this game must be something she created for me. I've got to take it back.
待ってろ。
You just wait here.
俺が取り返してくれ。
I'm going to take it back. Of course, Beta didn't respond in any way. That's right. If she can't respond, then I have to protect it in her place.
行ってくるぜ。ワルギリア、ロノエ。
I'll be right back, Virgilia
黄
Renove.
金の眠り姫の面倒を頼むぜ。
I'm counting on you to look after this golden sleeping princess.
はい、お任せを。
Yeah, just keep layering on the romance fucking ideas and tropes and imagery. Battler. You just keep doing that.
Yeah. Hey, it's the only
Yes, leave it to us.
it's the only reason you accept a battler win, so I guess.
Yeah. It seems like I'm gonna get it.
いってらっしゃい。バトラク。
See you later, Battler.
そしてどうかこの子のいないゲームにてこの子の何かを見つけてあげてください。
And please try to discover some part of this child in their game without her.
もしそれを見つけることができたなら、たとえこの子が不在であっても、あなたはこの子と戦ってくれたことになる。
If you can, then it will mean that you have fought with her, even in her absence.
そうだよな。
You're right.
ああ、
Yeah.
全然。
Okay, hold on. There's something there from my brain. No, not Wonder Draft. God damn you. Get out of here. I misclicked. I clicked the wrong thing.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Quinn can't join us for this because they are overseas right
I
now
see.
on a trip.
Oh, you know what? Same for Nate. That motherfucker's in Canada, so
Oh,
we're
fun.
not having an Elden Ring stream tomorrow.
Lovely.
That dickbag abandoned me.
Yeah, so right now is like 1:21, 1:22 a.m. where they are, so yeah, they're not joining us. It's unfortunate that they can't join us for this, but they're having a good time.
Yeah, what Virgilia there is a great concept is like finding your opponent, finding your rival or opponent or nemesis in things that have nothing to do with them by finding what those other things lack compared to the rival.
That also works.
That's got some great brain juice. I don't know exactly what to use that for or how, but it's got some great brain juice.
Yeah. You're right, yeah. This is no goddamn good at all. What am I doing? Let's go. And let's take it back. Sorry to keep you waiting, witches. My break is over. When he faced the jet black heavens and yelled this, the whole world shattered as though it were made of thin glass. Then, as though it had been that way since the beginning, it transformed into that smoking room where Battler had fought Beato so many times, in which the two witches had now hijacked.
What do you think you're doing? You're only coming back now.
You only did the first Twilight. Unless you already did the second Twilight while they had this conversation.
Which is entirely possible because he did say that it was about to happen.
Yep.
It's way too late. Are you fucking kidding me?
Fucking hell, you two really did not care.
Not only has the game reached the second day, it's already at the finale. You never showed up, so I just advanced things on my own. Bitch, it's been like 5 minutes!
Yeah, like you ever even waited for me in the first place.
Like, genuinely just had enough time to go sit down, have run away to pour a cup of tea, and then go, oh yeah, I should probably go back now, huh? Hey, drink the tea!
Yep.
Burn was way sharper and more thrilling than you were, right?
Shut up, I'm the player here. You substitute witches can just take a step back now.
Well, I don't really mind if you join in starting now, but there's probably no need for you anymore. Seriously, after all, we're already at the climax. After this, Burn will probably corner me and win.
What the hell?
いいんじゃない？最後の
Why not, though?
見物しても。
Let's let him watch the final moves.
そうね。おいでなさい。後ろ宮バトラー。
It would be really funny if, like, we finished this scene and then it was just like, episode over. Go to the next one. Yeah, come on over, Ushiromiya Battler.
もうほとんどおしまいだけど、私の作ったキュートでエレガントなゲーム。
I'm going to put your face in a wood chipper. Stop it. Sorry. Don't get my hopes up, Edwards. It's like don't give me like the idea that like I may have been hit by the fucking dodgeball of prophecy. God damn it. It's almost completely over, but here's the cute and elegant game I made.
エピソード5 End of the Golden Witch.
Okay, sure. Episode 5, End of the Golden Witch.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's see. So, neck was sliced open by a sharp blade. Wound was deep enough that anyone could be sure of her death with absolute certainty. Corpse.
That would have to be like at least an inch deep then.
Yep. He's been
So
pierced.
even an inch deep is like on the edge of like, well, maybe.
Yeah, see, so, stabbed in the back with a stake. I guess room first floor. Cousin's room.
Same as Jessica.
Yeah.
Maria is no longer protected because it wasn't Beato running the game.
Yeah. Okay, so Rosa was in the cousin's room.
Does that mean Maria was too? Yep. What about Genji then? Yeah, the servants' quarter, okay. It's like fucking slasher running around. Slashing people's throats.
So let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's only 6 dead. You haven't even done the second murder yet. Or are you talking about games almost over? Fuck you.
Do the living people have anything different than usual? No, not really. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, nothing new, really. And then just checking the witch side very quickly. Yeah, she's no ally of Battler's. Oh, it does specify the higher plane version of her is withdrawn from being the game master. And also, she has no way of knowing the truth of this particular game, so she is in a different situation. But I'm just
There's
gonna...
more to scroll there, apparently.
Nope. That's the bottom.
Okay. So some UI design for you guys. Don't like take the fucking
Yeah.
arrow away when they're at the bottom.
Yeah, make the bottom arrow disappear when we've reached the end. But, you know, like, on UI design, that's at least minor compared to some companies that have done some egregious shit with UI design. But yeah, no, that's not the fucking finale, unless you're just gonna kill everybody else all at once. Right now, no humans exist on this island except for those in this parlor. And with one exception, it has been shown that none of them have committed murder. And the culprit is among these people.
おいおいとなると決定的じゃねえ
Whoa, whoa, in that case, it's conclusive, isn't it?
魔女が犯人で魔法で殺人を犯したわけでない限り
Unless the culprit is a witch who committed murder with magic, that is.
あんたなのあんたがジョージを主人を殺したの
It was you? You killed George? Killed my husband?
どうしてよ？
Why?
どうして
Why?
私は殺していません
I didn't kill anyone.
私は何も
I didn't do it.
In a panic and with a voice that really couldn't be called flowing. In a manner that was, to put it coldly, unsightly, Aunt Natsuhi denied the suspicion placed upon her. However, there was no longer any way around it. The girl stood up, brushed back her long hair, pointed at Aunt Natsuhi, and said it in one more time.
あなたが犯人です。
Nani the fuck?
Yeah, who the fuck?
I think this is Vern Costello on the board because she needed somebody to do the accusations with.
Could be, yeah. You are the culprit.
後ろ宮夏日さん。
Ushiromia Natsuki. Fuck you.
So here's something that Quinn was able to tell me before they went to bed. This is the exact point that the demo ended.
That is hilarious. Was that the painting of Beato with Vern Costello in there instead?
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
Interesting.
This is a very anime opening as well.
Yeah. I like the look of that dome around the island, though. That
Oh,
looks
yeah,
fucking
absolutely.
sick. It's Natsuki. Please open up.
Natsuhi yelled as she knocked loudly and repeatedly. Shortly after, there was a heavy clunking sound, and the sound of the door to Kinzo's study unlocking could be heard. As the door opened, a heavily sweet, venomous odor flowed out. Oh, that's just Kinzo rotting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because we've had that mentioned so many times, and we think, oh, medicine, because even the dialogue said medicine, but no, that is just death. Natsuki was always ashamed of how she automatically grimaced at that, even though she thought it rude to the family head. Kraus was waiting for her inside the study. Natsuki flew into his arms.
お父様はお父様は
His father, is he?
落ち着きたまえ。今、南條先生が見ている。
Calm yourself. Dr. Nanjo is examining him now. With an uncertain gait, Natsuki went towards the center of the study, supported by Kraus.
It's interesting that they didn't mark Kinzo as dead there.
Well, maybe he's not quite dead yet.
Yeah, I don't know.
There, a dignified bed fitting for the head of the Ushiromiya family could be seen, along with Nanjo, Genji, and Kumasawa.
南條先生お父様は
Dr. Nanjo, his father.
After sighing deeply, Nanjo left the side of the bed. On the bed, Kinzo could be seen lying down, sleeping.
大往生だ。
He died peacefully.
金蔵さんも心残りはなかっただろう。
I don't think Kinzo had
I don't
any
believe you for a
regrets.
fucking second.
Yeah, no, that man was filled with regrets.
お父様お父様
I don't think I'm going to read that one, right? Like,
Well, we'll at least say the words father.
yeah, Otosama is like a very polite way of saying father.
Sobbing, Natsuki put her head against
It's not the most polite way, but it's one of them.
Yeah. Natsuki put her head against the chest of the man who had fallen into a sleep from which he would never awaken.
奥様どうかしっかり
Madam, please stay strong.
お父様お父様こんな突然なんて
Yeah, Chichiwe is the most formal one. That's right. This is just too sudden.
I have to wonder if you're faking that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Natsuki couldn't stop her tears over the death of Kinzo, whom she had loved like a second father. Then again, it might have been hidden from Natsuki that he was already dead. Kumasawa rubbed Natsuki's back, consoling her. Kraus slumped into his late father's favorite chair. By sitting there, he might have been immersing himself in memories of his departed father, or perhaps he thought that by sitting there he might be able to understand just a bit of the madness of Kinzo's later years, which had eluded him to the end of his father's life. Anjo turned his back and looked down over the outside world through a crack in the curtains. It was the same thing he'd often done when Kinzo sat in a chair contemplating a chess move.
同じ死ぬなら、せめて寝込んで1年後に死亡とか。
If he was to die anyway, it would have been better if he was sick in bed for a year or so before
も
dying.
う少し、しかるべき準備の猶予期間を設けてから死んでほしかったのに。
I do wish he could have died after a grace period during which the proper arrangements could have been made.
And of course, like, it's emotional. That's gonna sound very heartless, but you gotta think, like, yeah, that does like fuck with
Oh,
inheritance a lot.
yeah.
Like, if he doesn't have his affairs in order, like, that's fucked.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can take that conversation at the very beginning of everything to be real, which I think we can. Kinzo did not care about getting his arrangements in order.
それは逆だ。最後の瞬間までお元気だったことを喜ぶべきです。
Yeah, like Nanjo, sure, like emotionally, Yeah, everyone doesn't like it. For the most part, people don't want to like watch their loved ones suffer for like a long time, right?
Yeah.
But you also got to think that like how much of a pain in the fucking cock like having to deal with the damn inheritance and like funeral arrangements and shit like that is without any input from the person themselves, right? Like
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, it would have been good if Kinzo just, cared to have a will or anything.
Literally did anything about it. Anything.
But yeah, it's the other way around. We should be glad that he was in high spirits until the very end.
建前上はそうなるがね。
That will have to be my public stance, yes. Nanjo understood that as well. This was the death of Ushiramiya Kinzo, a man who had risen like a comet and glittered like a supernova in the post-war world of business. His funeral would probably be of a fantastic scale. And yeah, that's the other thing is, he's a public figure on top of everything else.
Yeah.
And it would also be the ceremony marking Krause's inheritance of the headship. He would have to arrange something as the host of the event, carry out the funeral diplomacy perfectly, and make it clear that the Ushiramiya family would still hold enormous influence in the political and financial spheres. As Nanjo watched Krause, he was vividly reminded of the time when Kinzo had been suddenly selected as the Ushiramiya family head. A time in which Kinzo had been lost and confused. Which, yeah, that's fair, like, he's part of a branch family, and, like, just a random fucking earthquake took out so many of his relatives that they just picked the person who had polydactyly.
Yeah. It's kind of fucked up.
Nanjo remembered that well, and for that reason, he was able to understand Krause's distress and sympathize with it. Natsuhi's sobs eventually subsided. Seeing this and leaving Kumasawa to care for Natsuhi as a fellow woman, Genji returned to Krause. And he lowered his head slightly as though asking what should be done.
手続き等は私と源氏さんでやろう。
Genji and I will deal with the formalities.
クラウスさんはまずは親戚の方々に連絡した方がいいでしょう。
Krause, perhaps you should contact the relatives first. Krause, with his hand still over his eyes, didn't respond. Perhaps even though he had known this day would come, Krause really couldn't hide his shock at how suddenly it had reached them. So, yeah, I guess this is from well before the start of the family conference. And we're kind of seeing how that really happened, so to speak.
Yeah, that seems like it.
私と南條先生にお任せを。
Leave this to Dr. Nanjo and me.
旦那様はまずは奥様とご相談いただくのが良いかと思います。
Well, Krause, I suggest you first speak with Madam.
Maybe she heard that, or maybe it was a coincidence. As though responding to Genji's words, Natsuhi came over. Her eyes were red from crying so much, but she apparently understood the heavy responsibility that had been imposed on the two of them even better than Krause
これ
did.
からはあなたが栄光ある後ろ宮家の当主です。
As of now, you are the head of the glorious Ushiramiya family.
お父様の後を立派に継いだことを内外に示しましょう。
Let us show our relatives in the world that you have splendidly succeeded your father.
この夏日、あなたの妻として棺を並べる日までお仕えする覚悟です。
As your wife, I am prepared to serve you until the days our coffins are laid down alongside each other.
Wow. Trying to encourage her husband, who was overcome with shock, Natsuhi lent him some reassuring words. When Krause finally lowered the hands that had been covering his face, he looked up at the ceiling with a blank expression and let out a deep, deep sigh.
どうかしっかり
Please stay
お
strong.
父様の残したものを食い争うと目論む輩が大勢いるのですよ。
There are a great many people who will intend on helping themselves to everything Father has left behind.
私たちはお父様の名誉と財産を守るために戦わなければなります。
We must fight to protect Father's honor and wealth.
それが後ろ宮家当主の最初の仕事ですよ。
That is the first responsibility of the Ushiromiya head.
分かってる。
I understand.
分かっているとも。
I do understand.
南條先生と源氏はお役所や葬儀業者への手配をお願いします。
Dr. Najo, Genji, please take care of the legal and funeral
特に
arrangements.
源氏、
Especially you, Genji.
お父様の葬儀にふさわしいものとなるよう特に手配を頼みますよ。
I ask that you take particular care and see to it that the funeral will be a fitting one for Father.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
それから南條先生、お父様は病院でお亡くなりになったわけではないので、その
And Dr. Najo, Father didn't pass away in a hospital, so
場合によっては解剖が入るかもしれませんな。
Yes, an autopsy might indeed be required depending on the circumstances.
なんとかなりませんか。
is there anything you might be able to do about it?
亡くなったとはいえ、お父様の大切なお体です。
Even though he has passed away, Father's body is precious.
傷をつ
Fucking
ける
weirdo.
のも耐えられることではありません。
Any damage to it would not be acceptable.
気持ちはわかる。だが、そういうところをきっちりすることも大切だ。
I understand how you feel, however, it is important to follow proper procedure where things like this are concerned.
それに、こう言ってはなんだが、
And I don't really know how to say this.
難しい親族の方々が多いんじゃないか。
I fear that several of your relatives might be difficult. That's a light way of putting it.
Yeah, very light.
There was no way to know what those inheritance vultures might try to find fault with. They might squawk that there was something suspicious about the cause of death and use that as a point of contention to start some trouble. Right now, not only was it important to pay Kinzo's remains the respect they were due, but there was also a need to focus on solidifying the position of the new family head, Kraus.
わかりました。必要最小限にお願いします。
I understand. In that case, please keep it to an absolute minimum.
間違ってもお父様の威厳が損なわれるようなお姿にしないように。
Whatever you do, please make absolutely sure that Father's dignity remains unharmed.
Like, I get that it
Weirdo.
matters to a lot of people, but I never understood being overly concerned with how the remains are. Because most of it's covered by
Yeah,
clothes.
I don't get it either.
Like, I understand wanting to see someone not mangled in their final moments, you know, when you have the funeral and whatnot. But, like, I've had people...
Meanwhile, I'm just like, set it on fucking fire. I don't care.
Yeah, no. Like, I've had people concerned that, you know, organ donation leads to a lot of damage to the body afterwards. And I'm like, it's covered by clothes anyway.
Doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah.
And also, like, who fucking cares? It's more important for people to live through, like, what organs are still, like, workable, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm hoping that, you know, as technology improves, more people can donate organs. Because right
And
now...
also the less that will need donated organs.
I mean, yes, that too, but right now, you need somebody who's on the verge of death, but still functioning, so the organs are still functioning.
Like, clone tissue might actually, like, be the good shit there, right? Like...
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, we are growing organs and working on that.
それは大丈夫だ。
That I can assure you.
安心しなさい。
Please don't worry.
とにかく、金蔵さんのことはわしらに任せて、夏日さんはクラウスさんのそばにいてあげなさい。
In any event, leave Kinzo to us and stay by Kraus's side.
これからが大変なんだから。
Absolutely, Bedwards. I agree. But also, I think that funeral costs should not be on the people who are still left alive in the family anyway, because it costs
It costs so much.
$10 or more $1,000 just to cremate people.
Yep, just for basic shit.
And I know this because my stepfather was cremated 6 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like, you shouldn't have to worry about which funeral home you go with just for the issue of making it cheaper. Things are only going to get tougher for him.
分かっています。あなたもどうかしっかり。
I understand it. You too, dear. Please stay strong.
Kraus was still...
But until, we can make that happen with, like, state-covered funeral expenses overall, then, yeah, having it as an incentive for people to sign up, absolutely. Sure. I agree with that 100%.
Yeah, absolutely. Just in general, there's a lot of things that the government should be handling and it isn't. And that's true for any country, because no country I know of handles
Yeah,
funeral
like just about
expenses.
every damn country on the planet. And if they are covering the things that I want them to cover and handling that, they're not doing it very fucking well.
Yeah. Kraus was still staring lazily at the ceiling with a befuddled expression on his face. Natsuki understood the shock and heavy responsibility. He felt that she understood her husband's feelings as well as anyone possibly could.
親族への連絡は
Like, did you know if someone gets fucking murdered in your house, you have to pay for the fucking cleanup costs?
I didn't know that you had to pay for the cleanup costs.
Yeah, you have to hire a fucking cleaning company.
Yeah, like, I knew there were cleaning companies that did that shit. That specialized in that shit. Which...
Yeah, like, you're the one that has to arrange it all, which is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. Like, even if I have to pay for it, let the state, like... arrange it. Because it's something that has to be done. Like, there's no way I can't refuse... There's no way I can refuse it. If cleanup needs to be done, it just needs to be done.
Yeah. But, like, fucking getting all the blood out of the floor and everything. No, that's on you.
Ugh.
Like, someone will come by and take the body, right? Because, like, they gotta take it for an autopsy.
Yeah.
But, all the other cleanup costs are on you. Which is just so fucking stupid.
Yeah, and it's just like...
I don't know what it's like in other countries. It's just like, I only know America, so...
Yeah, but I do believe it's probably the same in a lot of countries.
Yeah, probably. Fuck.
今だけは休まれてください。
I will contact the relatives. Please rest for the time being.
Rouse didn't respond. Nasi thought that he was being a little bit weak. But that just made it all the more important for her to support him right now. Come on! Like, literally he's just been pronounced dead. Give Kraus a minute.
Yeah.
Seeing her husband like this actually stirred Natsuki up, and a resolute expression rose to her face.
これから忙しくなります。今できることを始めましょう。
Things are going to get busy. Let's get started with whatever we can do right now.
夫はきっとお父様と二人きりで話したいこともあると思います。
I'm sure my husband wants to have some time alone with father.
私たちは一度ここを退出しましょう。
He should step out for the time being.
そうでございますね。
Yes, I think that would be best.
その時間はきっと今しか取れないでしょうから。
After all, I expect this will be the only time he'll have. Being in charge of a funeral is tiring work.
Goddamn right it is.
There's no time to shed tears. If Kraus were ever to be given time to cry for his dead father, that time would have to be now.
That's like another reason why I think that they should be like handled by the government.
Yeah.
Which is, it's fucked up though, because like My stepfather was an active duty National Guard when he died, and like we still had to handle it.
Yep.
Even government employees still have to have their families handle their funeral stuff, which is so fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone agreed with Kumasawa's words. Even then, Kraus
Super
continued.
salty about it. Like, I didn't realize there was until just now.
Yeah, I mean, we have talked a little bit about it, like the cheap-ass marker they gave him.
Yeah, like, so for people on stream, if you missed that good context, probably like fucking like 4 or 5 months ago or whatever, the marker for my stepfather's grave is literally just like a piece of steel driven into the ground with a plastic like slat on it to slide a fucking piece of paper in that says his name on it.
Yep.
He was in the army for like 24 years, and that's what he got.
Yeah. Even then, Kraus continued to lazily gaze up at the ceiling and didn't respond in any way. Natsuki urged the servants to go. Yeah, it's not weakness, like, it's called shock.
And grief.
Yeah, shock
Like,
and grief.
shit.
Like, let the body get cold first.
But also no, because fuck Kinzo.
I mean, yeah, fuck Kinzo, but also, like, give Kraus a minute, Nazi, considering you love him, apparently.
I'll go talk to Jessica, too. She's the successor to the head now. I'll have to impress upon her that she needs to be appropriately aware of it.
Wait. As they each started to make their own way out of the study, Kraus finally spoke. They stopped walking.
Yes.
Wait.
Yes?
Hadn't she already stopped walking, just like her husband had asked? But despite that, he had once again told her to wait. From those slightly weak words, Natsuki understood that he had probably stopped her because he wanted her to be by his side.
The rest of you downstairs. I will stay with my husband. Please call us on the phone if anything happens. Certainly.
I said wait. When Kraus suddenly raised his voice, everyone jumped and turned around. Unable to comprehend that she had done to spark her husband's wrath, Natsuki ran up to him.
What's wrong, dear? Have I said something rude? If so, please forgive me.
No, that's not it, that's not it. Wait a second, give me some time.
You're still missing the point, Natsuki. Yes, I understand. It's important to have time to sort things out inside your heart. Because like, I'm pretty sure that like that's him going, "Oh fuck, we can use this to our advantage."
Yeah.
We were just going to leave quietly to give you the time you need.
And I'm telling you to wait before doing that. Listen, just no one move.
Genji and Kumasawa in the back just like looking at each other like, what the fuck, man?
Not even an inch. If you're tired, then feel free to sit in whatever chair or sofa you want. So just stay quiet and shut up in silence. Don't do anything, just stay right there. Yeah, he's realizing, if we just announce the death, we might be in a bad position. Those unreasonable words felt like a glimpse of how Kinzo used to be. Natsuki couldn't hide a slight surprise at those words, which made it seem as though Kinzo had possessed her husband. Natsuki told the servants to wait for the time being. She ordered them to sit in a sofa a short distance off, approached her husband and spoke to him in a small voice.
God damn it, Nazi. If you order it, I will wait however long you ask. I won't move.
ですからどうかお気を鎮められてください。
So please try and calm yourself.
Do you need a new captioner link?
Let me check. Because I can't have it up on my screen at all times. No, it's good.
Okay, good.
I don't know why it's not showing up on your stream, but it's connected.
Yep, and now it's acting fine.
Okay, yeah, there it goes.
Okay, so for some reason it just
Fucking
wasn't
weird
picking
shit.
you up. Okay.
違う。そうではないのだ。そうではないのだ。
No, that's not it. That's not it. Was it really his father's blood, or was he actually being possessed? Krause's disorderly style of speech strongly resembled Kinzo's. As he watched this, Natsu felt this with even greater certainty that Krause was indeed Kinzo's son, and that he was the true successor to the head, more suitable than any other person. Okay. If you want to take it as that, I would be more worried that your husband is having a nervous breakdown.
Yeah.
夏日、こっち。
Natsuhi, over here. Poor Natsuhi is forever Nazi on this.
Yeah.
Krause stood up and headed towards the window, trying to lengthen the distance between himself and the servants waiting on the sofa by an even smaller amount. Natsuhi realized that he must have something secret that he wanted to talk about.
Took you that long to figure that out? Shit.
何事ですか?
Yes, dear. What is it?
親父に死なれてはまずいのだ。
Dad dying would be bad.
しかし、もうお亡くなりになりました。
Would be, but he's already passed away.
そういうわけには参りません。
We can't change reality.
But you can be the, ones who say, that truth does not leave this room.
Yeah, you can't change reality, but you sure as fuck can lie about it.
今はまずいんだ。
That's not it. Now is a bad
ど
time.
ういうことですか?
What do you mean?
You are talking around
親
things.
父の財産を担保にしている。
I've been putting Dad's fortune up as collateral.
相続問題になれば隠し下ろせない。
Once the issue of dividing the inheritance comes up, I won't be able to hide it. Yep.
担保ですか?
What? Collateral, you say?
いかほど?
How much?
メロディーランドの時、近藤君を応援したことがあっただろう。
Remember how I
No,
helped...
but I'm sure you'll tell us.
You remember how I helped out Kondo with Melodyland?
あの方とは縁を切れと申し上げたじゃありませんか.
Didn't I tell you to break ties with that person?
私には断ったと言ったはず.
You told me you refused
ど
it.
うして?
Why?
男の義理というものがある。
Shut up, idiot.
Yeah, this is... Yeah. There is such a thing as a man's honor.
断れなかった。
I couldn't refuse. Unless he saved your fucking life, yes you could.
Right? Yeah.
And even then I have to think about it for a bit. But at least I would...
Depending on, like, what he wanted, like, yeah. It's like, look, shit's worth a lot. I don't know if it's worth that much.
Yeah, but, you know, if he saved your life, I'd at least get what you're saying, but I'm almost certain that's not what occurred. Krause claimed to hold honor as a virtue. However, Nazi knew that he most often used this as an excuse after he couldn't bring himself to pass up a deal. Yeah.
Pathetic weakness.
お金に余裕があるならいざ知れず.
That wouldn't be a problem if we had plenty of money on hand.
この島のリゾート計画でかなりの借金をされたのではありませんでしたか?
But didn't you borrow quite a lot of money for the plan to turn this island into a resort?
ああ、したさ。方々で恩人に世話になったのだ。
Yeah, I did, and there were people here and there who lent me a hand along the way.
それらを返済するためにも座しているわけにはいかない。
If I'm going to repay them, I can't just sit around on my
返
hands.
済するためには金がいる
You need money to repay people.
金を生むためには金がいる
You need money to make money.
金がなければ始まらない
You can't even get started without money. Almost like capitalism is built to help those that already had cash to begin with.
Almost.
この島の計画だって企画会社がおかしなことにならなければ順調だったのだ
And even the plan for this island would be proceeding smoothly if only there hadn't been problems with the planning company. You mean the planning company that people know is fucking shady? Because I remember...
Kraus?
No, because you didn't do your due diligence and look at the people you were contracting out? Like, you know, fuck capitalism, but also if you're going to engage in capitalism, that's your responsibility.
Yeah, if you're gonna try to be a capitalist, you know, should actually, like, try and do it well.
都の役人とも連携は取れていた
I had the cooperation of government
東
officials.
京都の新しい観光スポットになると知事の太鼓判ももらえていた
I even had the governor's personal guarantee that this would become the newest travel destination in the Tokyo metropolis. Fuck. You're screwed, dude. Like, even if you
fucked.
Even if you survived this, you're screwed. Because,
Like, you are, like, 110% fucked, Kraus.
well, you're screwed
Like,
for...
we hadn't, like, fully gotten the details on this yet. Damn, buddy.
Yeah.
You fucked up.
Yeah, like, you're screwed for... at least as long as the government condemns the island. But... fuck, man.
私の根回しは完璧だったのだ
The groundwork I laid was completely
たま
perfect.
たま巡り合わせとタイミングが悪かった
Random chance and bad timing were against
ちょっ
me.
とした運のすれ違い
It's just a bit of bad luck.
事故みたいなもの
Like a traffic accident.
あれは事故なんかではありません詐欺です
It was no accident. It was
あ
fraud.
なたは騙されたのです
You were tricked.
初めから彼らはこの島のリゾート計画など描けていなかったのです
They were never drawing up plans for making this island a resort in the first place.
そんなことはないぞ土方君のビジョンは先見性にあふれていた
That's not true. Ijikata's vision was simply overflowing with
世
foresight.
界と未来に目を向けた広大な
You are just making this so much worse for yourself every fucking sentence, Kraus.
の額ほどの広さしかないことを教えてくれた
The way his eyes always focused on the whole world and the future taught me the things I always believed to be mere dreams were only the tip of the iceberg of what is possible.
夢が広がる世界に未来に
Expand your dreams to the whole world, to the future.
夏日も
Dude, you were like 50 years old, man.
You heard him say that too, didn't you? Buddy. Buddy.
This is like your grandparents calling you in because they got an email from a Nigerian prince. This is painful to watch.
Buddy. Buddy.
ええ聞いていましたそしてお帰りになられた後に申し上げたはずです
Yes, I did, and I think I remember telling you what I thought after we returned home.
あの方はうさんくさい
I said that he was suspicious,
語るのは未来ばかりで地に足がついていない
that he only spoke of dreams and didn't have his feet planted on the ground,
これ以上お付き合いしてはならないと
and that you must not have any further relations with him.
Yeah. Like, it's fine and dandy to have, like, highly expansive ideas, but you also have to work with the materials at hand.
Yeah.
土方君は立派な好青年だ
Even
Hijikata
a young dude.
is a wonderful, pleasant young man.
彼の生き様からは学ぶことも多いぞ
One could learn a lot from the way he lives. Yeah, you just got fooled, Kraus. I'm sorry. Oh boy.
彼は若いが尊敬できる。
I can respect him despite his youth. Well, respect your wife, goddammit.
彼のことを侮辱することは許
This
す
man is like conspiring to kill me
I won't.
with what he's saying here.
I won't have you insulting him. Dude, you got fleeced. You got seriously fleeced.
Oh my god. Let me meet a
Hijikata.
rich person like Kraus. Oh my
Oh
god.
yeah, or yeah, meet a rich person like Rouse, yeah.
Oh fuck, dude.
Buddy. Fuck. Fuck, you were... I mean, this goes, you know, to continue the point of being rich is no replacement for brains.
Oh, Kraus.
And
I
granted,
can't believe I ever thought that you may have set all that shit up for Rudolph and everyone else. Oh, you were such a fucking idiot.
yeah, and like, don't get me wrong, this is ultimately Kinzo's fault for not actually teaching economics.
Yeah, of course. Like this all goes back to Kinzo for not actually raising his children properly.
But also,
Because like,
buddy,
yeah, like I talk about it all the time, but like, what you would do as a noble or a rich person is not teach just one fucking child,
yeah,
or
but-
just like throw them out into the world and expect them to be as good as you are. You would pass on that knowledge and prepare them for leadership, because even if they're not the actual head of the family, they'll still be in a position of power.
yeah, and Kinzo failed to even teach his heir.
あなたは同じことを月旅行の時にもおっしゃいました。
Fuck.
That's what you said about the whole moon tourism thing.
Fuck.
先見性がある、未来がある、夢があると連呼され、その挙句はいかがでしたか?
Yeah, you're way too early for moon tourism.
You kept saying it was visionary, that it looked to the future, that it had high aspirations, and what was the end results?
高等無形な話だったと、あなた自らがお認めになってしまいました。
Although, if any one fucking family could actually
Do it.
fucking
Yeah.
fund that sort of thing, it would be the Yushiramiyas, right? For fuck's sake. Anyway, eventually even you yourself admitted it was utter
私
nonsense.
はNASA の高官とか名乗るおかしな男が現れた頃から、これは絶対におかしいと
Fuck.
確信していま
Oh
した。
no!
Fuck, you fell for the Nigerian prince.
No!
Fuck.
Fuck, dude! At least, like, follow up by calling NASA.
Seriously.
Like, it's a public phone number. You can just call NASA.
Yeah, you can literally go, hey, this guy wants a job with me. I'm doing a background check. Do you have such and such by such and such name?
Oh my fucking gods. Kraus.
Rouse, you were awful
Oh,
at
no.
this.
Oh no. Oh gods. I was sure I was sure something was wrong from the moment that strange man showed up claiming to be a high-ranking NASA official.
あれはあの外国人が国際的な詐欺師だったに過ぎない。
The only issue was that foreigner who was an international swindler.
あの件については私も曽根崎氏も被害者だ。
Mr. Sonozaki and I were both victims of that incident.
彼の先見性は今をもって間違っていない。
Even now, his vision isn't
将
mistaken.
来必ず世界の大富豪が宇宙旅行をたしなむ時代
Yeah.
が訪れる。
In like 60 years from you.
Yeah, exactly. There will
Although,
definitely...
like, genuinely, it could have happened much earlier. It's just like, no one actually invested anything in it, so.
Sure,
Yeah.
but also not within the time frame that Kraus has to make money.
Oh yeah, of course not. Absolutely not.
Like, Jessica would be investing in that. There will definitely come a time when space tourism will become a popular indulgence for the world's richest.
Oh my god.
And the very first enterprise in that area will probably be monopolized by a single private company. You're not...
No, not really.
I mean, no, but also, like, the one who makes a name for themselves will certainly get a lot of the early contracts, but it'll even out over time.
Yeah. Although I do think, like, a Blue Origin and fucking, SpaceX is hilarious because they're trying to reinvent the wheel. And, like, going through all the fucking trouble that NASA did 80 years ago.
Yeah. Like,
It's just very fucking funny to me.
I do appreciate the concept of saving as many parts as possible. Which is...
But man, to get off this fucking death trap of a planet, you do need everything to be just about fucking perfect.
Oh, absolutely. But I do...
At our current level of technology, nah, dude, there's no secondhand spaceships right now. It's not happening.
I mean, fair, but I also get, like, saving as many of the parts as possible, so you can, you know, at least reuse the parts. If not for, like, exactly what they were made for, at least, you know, breaking down the base materials, because, you know, let's not waste even more, you know, metals and whatnot.
Yeah, which, like, I definitely understand everything, but that's why I'm saying, like, you can't really reuse the parts for the same thing again, because you need everything to be absolutely perfect, so you cannot have any, like, wear on anything.
Yeah, that's true. You cannot have wear on
Like,
anything.
imagine if you had a cracked, heat-resistant plate. Thing would fucking peel off and then light the entire damn thing into a fireball.
Yeah,
Just one.
That's, kind of what happened with the Challenger.
I know! That's like, but that's what I'm saying, is like, even if you have just like one plate fucked up.
Yep. Which
Imagine if you had one circuit board that was fucked up instead.
Yeah, like, which I know you know, but I'm telling the public here, like, it was basically a spring that was not properly suited to, the change in temperatures, and, that's what caused the Challenger disaster.
So this is, for people that don't know, the reason why, that, like, Earth is often a death world in a lot of modern sci-fi fiction is because this planet is a death trap. It genuinely is. Of course, you could point at, like, Mars or Mercury or whatever and be like, oh, but that's worse. It's like, yes, but it also doesn't fucking support life in the first place. It's like, as close to the extremes as you can get while still supporting life. That's Earth, like, you can be worse than Earth, but
you can be a lot better than Earth. We have
the kind of gravity, for example, we have enough gravity where chemical fuels are just barely enough to get you off-world.
Yep.
That's how bad it is.
Yeah.
On another planet, like, you would spend half the fuel to get twice as much up in the air.
Yep, absolutely, you could do that. Hell, you can have an entire planet that, has the temperature of California.
Yeah, or fucking Oregon or something.
Yeah,
because, like, what causes seasons for us is not, like, some weird elliptical orbit, like some people think, like getting closer to the sun and getting further away from the sun or whatever. No, it's the axial tilt.
Mm-hmm.
Like, our orbit isn't perfectly circular, no, but that it's not so, like, weird that it's going to affect things on a yearly basis. It's over the course of, like, decades. It's slowly getting a little bit, like, just like a sort of wobble in it, more or less.
There is simply a group of international swindlers who are trying to take advantage of that fact and deceive investors across the world.
And I'm trying to tell you that the Sonozaki man was one of them, too. Just how gullible are you? Why do you always accept these suspicious offers without any doubts?
We can also just call this the T arc. Instead of the Answers arc, it's the T arc, because we're getting all the tea on it. How fucked up this family actually is.
I did also just make a cup of tea too, so.
Also, I will be right back. I am going to take a very quick bio break.
Yep. Hi, yes, we've returned.
Take that back. No, it's the truth.
Shut up, Kraus.
Nazi showing some fucking backbone.
曽根崎氏は優秀な未来ある男だ。
Mr. Sonozaki is a man with a brilliant future ahead of him. As a swindler. Like, if he can
So he got a lot of money off you, so, you know.
散臭くなどない。
there's nothing suspicious about him.
彼の語る夢は未来を
You sure about that?
先取りしているからこそ、それが見えるものには妄想にしか見えんだけだ。
Because the dreams he speaks of anticipate the future, they sound crazy to people who can't look that far ahead. Buddy, just accept. Accept that you fell for the Nigerian prince before the Nigerian prince.
女のお前には未来など見えん。
Oh, I'm gonna smack you.
Alright, whichever time.
A woman like you can't see into the future.
ええ、女の私には未来など見えません。
Yes, a woman like me can't see into the future.
でも現在なら見えます。
But I can see the present.
And at present, you're fucking broke.
Yeah.
私の目の前で狡猾な二枚舌の詐欺師たちに丸め込まれ、騙されてなお妄信している哀れな夫の姿なら見ることができます。
Right in front of me, I can see a pitiful husband who's been taken in by sly, double-crossing swindlers and still trusts them implicitly, even after he's been tricked.
Yeah.
ねえ、黙れ。
Oh, shut up. No, you shut up.
お前には金持ち業も経済も何もわからん。
You don't understand anything about money or business or economics. Says the man who's fucking broke.
夫の仕事に口は出すな。
Don't try to butt in on the job of the husband.
妻は家事だけをしてればいい。
All a wife needs to do is the housework.
お前は黙っていろ。
You just keep quiet. Fuck you. Like, seriously, fuck you.
Whichever time.
Yep. But, yeah, I see why this is the answers are, because we're getting a whole lot more of the... Oh, these are not just the happy chipper moments. Or the moments that make them look good. Which, admittedly, not everybody looked good all the time in the previous episodes, but... we got dramatics. This is just... Kraus is a fucking easy mark. And also, is also just nearly as sexist as his father was.
Yeah, a little bit.
Without another word, Natsuki fell silent just as Kraus wanted. She was already far beyond anger and sadness. The emotion that lay on the other side of those was an almost indifferent pity.
See what I mean about me being able to see how she could have killed him, though?
Yeah.
Like, I could feel this one coming in my bones.
Apparently. Kraus had always been frightened of Kinzo since the day of his youth, and had come to subconsciously admire the way his father lived. Without realizing it, he had come to believe that he could only be recognized as a man in his own right if he surpassed his father. So, betting on long shots. But the thing is, you're not as good at math as Kinzo. However, Kinzo had been a mad genius, the likes of which had never before been seen in the Ushiromiya family's long history. His talent was a gift from heaven, and it definitely wasn't genetic, much less something that could be learned. No, fuck you. You can teach that, just Kinzo didn't want to.
Yep. He just didn't.
Natsuki instructed the servants not to tell anyone about Kinzo's death, and dismissed everyone for the time being, to give the two of them a chance to talk alone. Then, she invited Kraus to her bedroom. It says something that she has a separate bedroom,
Mm-hmm.
and made him tell her everything about his current financial situation. There were things that Natsuki hadn't been told about under the assumption that a woman had no business knowing. Natsuki had herself made a point of avoiding this area in the past, thinking that it wasn't a wife's place to intrude on such matters. And that's where this bullshit leads us.
Mm-hmm.
However, this might also have meant that she had been remiss in her duty as a wife to protect her family. The depths of this sin had been made quite clear to Natsuki. Kraus was probably tired of trying to defend himself. Perhaps because he had gotten a headache, he hid his face and sank into silence. Natsuki noticed that the water in the electric kettle was boiling and stood up to refill her cup of black tea. And when she touched the cup of black tea, she noticed for the first time, the sound of the cup and saucer clinking together told her that her fingers were shaking. Kraus had built up a large debt to obtain funds for his various projects, and to cover the losses when they failed. Of course, he had put the mansion and property up as collateral. However, doing such a thing above board would have resulted in the mortgage being registered. In other words, there would have been a record that Kraus had put Kinzo's wealth up as collateral to obtain a loan without anyone's permission. Kraus couldn't afford for Kinzo, Ava, and the others to learn of such a thing. Therefore, he had been putting those assets up as collateral using the worst possible method. Oh, you are, oh.
You deserve everything that happens to you, dude.
You deserve.
Oh my god.
You personally deserve anything that happens to you. Holy shit. To read it out for anyone who's listening to this as a podcast, I signed over the deeds and power of attorney. This is Kinzo's fault too, but gosh,
That is exactly as bad as it sounds.
Yeah, signing over the deeds and power of attorney. That means whoever owns this island can kick you the fuck out. And assuming that's also for the companies, and not just the mansion and the island. But maybe he's using the legend of the gold to say the island's worth as much as that tons and tons of gold. But either way...
Fucking maybe.
Either way, just... Oh, you are... Like... Rudolph would be better at this than you. He made a mistake with... like... trademark rights in another country. You fell for the...
I don't know about that, because we don't... Because we might get, like, the details on what he did too soon. So, we'll see.
We'll see, but so far, with everything we know, I think Rudolph would be better at this than you. I won't say that, Rosa would be better than you, but Ava would be better than you.
Well, as far as we know, Ava did do better than him.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, first off, we did get to see into the future, but also, I am under the sincere belief that Ava would have done better, even if she wasn't, you know, going through a massive grief that made her into a monster.
Yeah.
It's as bad as it sounds, Natsuki.
And what does that mean?
What Kraus was saying probably meant that he had, in essence, signed away the rights to their assets. If those assets had been used as collateral for a loan, then Kraus would have had some options under the law. He would have had to deal with a bank, which would have absolutely no compassion, but they would have been able to work something out within the rules set by society. However, signing away the deed and the power of attorney was a whole different story. In short, even the mansion they were living in was at risk. If the person holding the deed were to decide to ignore his agreement with Kraus and sell the mansion to a third party, right this moment, they would have no recourse whatsoever. Ah. So that's what you're planning. You're going to destroy the mansion, aren't you? And basically go, hey, we're the ones who still have ownership of the insurance. Fuck you, buddy. Or from using their house as collateral for a loan, this was basically the same as selling it to borrow money. Yeah. Yeah. The fact you're not straight...
後ろ宮家の生殺与奪は金貸したちの手に委ねられていたわけですね。
It's a miracle you are not currently holding him by the neck.
Yeah. Good gods. Like, fuck, if I was married to someone and they told me that, they would be dead in the next 30 seconds.
Yeah.
I'd fucking, like, dump their body in the damn ocean. Like, turn it into chum to, like, go shark fishing. Gods. What the fuck, man?
If nothing else, I cannot see myself not just at least giving them a very firm smacking.
It's like, how... Damn it. Kraus? Holy shit, dude. In other words, the moneylenders have the power to make or break the Ushiromiya family as they please.
彼らがほんのわずかの気まぐれを起こして突然この家を売り払ったら
If they were to suddenly sell our house on some slight whim,
私たちは今すぐにも荷物をまとめ出て行かなくてはならないということですね。
we'd have to pack our bags and leave right now, wouldn't we?
理屈上はそうだ。だが、取引の相手はいずれも社会的信用のある人物ばかりだ。
I don't trust that one single second. That is technically true, however, all of the people I have arrangements with are very respectable. Says the man who fell for the Nigerian prince.
Yeah, and like, people wouldn't be making these kinds of deals if they were reputable. Kraus.
Yeah, they saw you were a sucker from the moment you walked in.
Oh, gods.
They aren't loan sharks.
経済人同士の信用取引だ。
These are transactions based on trust between economically literate men. Economically literate men don't have trust.
Yeah. Not under a capitalist system, at least.
Yeah, not under a capitalist system.
私も相手を信用している。
I trust them. That tells me nothing.
相手だって私に金を貸すことで私が大きな事業を成功させ、投資した額が大きくなって帰ってくることを信用している。
And they, in turn, trust that by lending me money, I will achieve great success in business and give them massive returns on their investment. Or you'll fail, and they will just reap the benefits of your entire inheritance.
委任状を預けたのも私の誠意と事業の絶対の成功を疑わないからだ。
I signed over the power of attorney as a sign of good faith, and so that they wouldn't have to doubt in the certain success of my enterprises. Why are you like this?
Kraus. Buddy.
Kraus, like, Honestly, like, yeah, I kind of pity you for how fucking ignorant you are. Because that's not entirely 100% your fault. That is also Kinzo's fault, because he never raised you. Not really. He implied rules upon you and impressed his prejudices, but he never raised you, he never taught you how to be an heir to all of this fucking money. Probably under the thinking that, hey, I had to figure it out, so now he has to as well. But, you know, that's shitty thinking. But also, Kinzo didn't care about his kids.
ここで渋ったらどうなる
What happens
He
if I
didn't care about
hesitate
anything
now?
other than like fucking Beato, right? Like, come on.
Yeah. Beto and, like, Genji.
自分の事業に自分で自信が持てないことになるだろう
Doesn't that mean even I have no confidence in my own ventures? Buddy, you shouldn't. Just coast along on your father's money for the rest of your fucking life. Generations of people will be able to coast on that fucking money.
And since you don't fucking know anything about how to run this shit, all you have to do is send your fucking kid to like a business school of some kind,
Yeah, just say,
so
hey,
that like she can at least like understand how to run it and not make it any worse.
yeah, when I get old as fuck and can't do it anymore, fine. You get the keys to the castle and you can invest in anything you want. And she will probably invest in musical sensations from the 80s. Or really the 90s and 2000s, but you get it. She knows music, and having music plus business sense means she could probably bankroll some fucking amazing talents.
Yeah, she'd probably make her own fucking label, right? Like,
Yeah.
which could actually make a fuck lot of money.
Yeah, imagine the Ushiromiya music label. If your ventures had been successful, we wouldn't be in debt, would we? Natsuki only barely stopped herself from saying that. Honestly, you shouldn't. At this point, he needs some harsh fucking reality.
お父様は亡くなりました。するとどうなりますか。
Father is dead. What happens
あな
next?
たの借金が白日のもととなり、他の兄弟たちに咎められることになるわけですか。
Your debt will be exposed to the light of day, and your siblings will hold you responsible.
Yeah, I see why any of the siblings would kill him now.
I see why some of the fucking grandkids are killing.
Oh yeah, grandkids too, for sure. Especially George.
Like, imagine fucking Jessica's reaction to this shit.
Oh yeah, Jessica would be like, the fuck? Did you just say? You've been forcing me to go to this shitty school and not have friends, so I could be the heir to this, and you screw it up like this?
You sold our house? What the fuck?
That won't
Without
help.
telling anyone?
刑事訴訟にも及ぶだろう
It will probably lead to criminal charges. Yes!
刑事訴訟どうしてですか。
Because criminal charges? Why is that?
君は知らない方がいい
Kraus, what the fuck did you do? Oh no.
You did worse than you already did?
Oh no, dude.
とにかく絶対にこのことを誰にも知られてはならんのだ
It's better if you don't know. The point is, we can't allow anyone to find out about this. What did you do, Kraus? Ohana means family, and
Taking
Ohana
Kraus by the ankles until answers fall out.
yeah, Ohana means family, and family means stop keeping fucking secrets.
At least to this degree. Although he could be trying to give her plausible deniability, right?
Yeah, sure, but whatever. Like, at this point, I
But
don't.
I don't believe in like him having that kind of compassion, honestly.
Maybe I actually believe he does. Like, he does care and wouldn't want Natsuhi to end up in
Yeah,
the
but, like-
crossfire.
Is he smart enough to know what plausible deniability is?
Who knows? Maybe that's the shit Kinzo actually taught them, is how to be criminals.
That would be hilarious.
It could be that that's the stuff he actually managed to pick up from his dad.
I think that would be endlessly entertaining.
Kraus looked at the floor, shamefully shaking his head over and over. If he would come to criminal charges, then he must have broken some laws. He had probably been so intent on raising a large sum of money that he hadn't paid any heed to appearances. Kraus had seriously believed that his many projects would definitely succeed and return huge profits. See, this is why you talk to actual subject matter experts. You go to, Japanese aeronautics, find people who have a good reputation, and ask them, hey, how feasible is this in the next 20 years? And they could tell you, fuck no. Maybe in 30 or 40.
Although in the 80s, like, we did, like, fucking think that we'd be much further along than we are now.
True. But the actual scientists involved in this would probably hedge it more like, we don't know, this is a burgeoning industry, I wouldn't make bets on this. It's like with, It's like with virtual reality, when the Oculus first came out. You don't jump in right away. It's a new technology. You give it a decade.
Yeah, that's something you buy a personal one just like to have fun with and see what it's like.
Yeah,
You don't like invest in the company until like later.
Yeah, like, I got a personal one because I'm like, oh, I'm gonna see what this is like. So I actually got, like, one of the first Oculus Rifts.
To me, it sounds like motion sickness, honestly. And also the cat's getting caught up in the cables while I'm like trying to do shit.
Yeah. Now they have cableless designs.
Like I don't think I can physically do VR headsets things anymore, just because like my legs.
Yeah, you certainly wouldn't be able to stand and do it. Though there's some stuff you can do by sitting. Like, there are people who are bedridden who do virtual reality.
Yeah, like that stuff, that's fine, but like stuff made specifically for VRs just sounds like a bad idea for me to try to do.
Oh yeah, like actually trying to do a lot of that physical activity. Because, yeah, better not to fuck up your arms. Because a lot of the stuff you can actually still do sitting down.
Yeah, like I probably do fucking Beat Saber, maybe.
Yeah. But yeah, people do, like, VR chat and stuff, and just a lot of virtual reality experiences to socialize and also get out of the perspective of their one space.
Staring at their own fucking walls.
Yeah. But yeah, Kraus seriously believed that his many projects would definitely succeed and return huge profits, so he had figured that even if he broke a few laws, he would be able to pay everything back before too long, and pretend that the whole thing had never happened. This might have lessened his resistance towards breaking a couple laws. And now Kinzo's death, the worst possible thing, had occurred, and soon he wouldn't be able to keep it all hidden.
どうなるのですか？
Although the idea of like someone as rich as the Ushirimi is actually getting fucking arrested sounds like total bullshit to me.
Yeah. Granted, they wouldn't be rich anymore, so...
True. Sort of. What will happen to us?
心配することはない。
Stop it. Trying to hide this isn't going to help. There is no need to worry.
君は信じてくれんが、景気は今確実に上向いているんだ。
Conditions are most certainly on the rise now. That sounds like some serious fucking corpo talk.
That is Corpo talk. And, fuck Corpo talk.
And also, you really shouldn't be using corpo talk when you're in, like, your wife's bedroom talking to her. And trying to reassure her.
不動産価値はみるみる上昇している。
Okay, that at least makes sense. You may not believe, but conditions are most certainly on the rise now.
Can we say housing bubble?
Yeah, housing fucking bubble. The value of the city real estate I invested in is rising rapidly. Granted, if you pull in time, that's okay.
Yeah, but it's gross.
Yes, leave that decision to Natsuki, but there's at least a way you could make some of your money back that way.
今それらを統合して巨大ビジネスタワーを建設する計画が進んでいる。
Oh. Have you ever heard the term, don't put all your eggs in one basket?
Oh, somebody.
Like, don't get me wrong, business towers can work as a concept, because they do, like, they exist. But also, you're putting all your fucking real estate eggs in one basket when you really should be diversifying your portfolio. Even I know that.
Yeah, like, you're in debt right now, buddy. You need to, like, go as surefire a way to get that money back as you can with this real estate.
Yeah, you need to be boring as fuck. I have a project in progress to consolidate those and construct a massive business tower.
私のこれまでの投資の中で最も確実で最も大きな成功をしている。
Then again, maybe business towers are a safe bet. I don't know.
Fucking hell, no.
But it's also coming from Kraus, so I can't necessarily say I fucking believe him. This is the most reliable of all my investments so far, and it's proving to be the most successful.
ただ、それは実をつけるのにまだ時間をかける。
However, it will take a little more time for it to bear fruit. You know, I think I know what it would be that would change my opinion. Who is telling you that this is being reliable? Are you actually looking at the spreadsheets and verifying that they're real? Even then, I'd have my doubts, but I'd at least go, okay. However, it will take a little bit more time for it to bear fruit.
絶対に確実だが、今すぐというわけではないのだ。
It's absolutely certain to do so, but it will not happen immediately. But now I see where his thinking is. We need this to... We need Kinzo to not be dead for a year.
その事業の成功は借金を返済するに足りるものですか？
Will the success of that venture be enough to pay back our debts?
もちろんだと思う。これまでの借金をすべて帳消しにできる。
Of course it will. I'll be able to write up all of the debt I've accumulated so far.
だから信じてくれ。
So believe me, I don't believe anything you're saying. After seeing how fucking ridiculously bad you are at this, I'd rather leave my investment ideas up to Maria.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
At the very least, she might point me towards an interesting author.
もう
Or
少し
like
だけ
a
時
like
間
good
が
fucking
欲しい
pastry shop or something.
Yeah,
Shit.
pastry shop even. I only need a little more time. But yeah, now we see the shape of the plan.
しかしお父様はもうお亡くなりになってしまいました。
But yeah. What she's saying.
But father's already passed away.
もうその時間はないのですよ。
We don't have that kind of time anymore.
分かっている分かっているとも
I know that.
だからどこかから金を調達して今すぐに借金を返さなくてはならない
That's why I have to obtain money from somewhere and pay off those debts right now.
とにかく金が必要なんだ
I need money. That's what it comes down to.
金が大量に今すぐ
Money, a lot of
Call
it
back
right
to the
now.
first episode.
Yep. Because of X, they needed money more than anything right now. Or more than anything, they needed a whole lot of money right now.
うわーうわー
Screaming isn't going to help you, Kraus. Spare my ears.
True, but sometimes you must scream into the void.
Yeah, but it's not into the void, it's into my ears.
True. Kraus roared and clutched its head, writhing about as if in pain. As Natsuhi watched several conflicting emotions swirl about in her chest. She felt pity for her husband, but at the same time she felt he was a fool. And she also felt a mixture of anger and regret towards her own irresponsibility in letting her husband run wild for so long. Yeah, but that's societal expectations that kind of led you to do that. Which, you know, fuck that, but also, like...
It's understandable.
Yeah. It should have been clear to him well before today that they were in a very critical situation. And yet he had irresponsibly waited for this moment to come and was now writhing about. Yeah, you fucked around and now you're in the find out stage. Her husband was so foolish and pitiful. It was easy to feel frustrated with him. However, she was his wife. For a wife to ridicule her husband as a fool would run in conflict with her responsibilities. No, fuck that. He was a fool, then she would have to support him to compensate. However, she didn't have a clue what she was meant to do about this. There was a massive amount of money like that within easy reach. There was no way that Kraus wouldn't have already laid his hands on it. It would also be easy to tell him to be a man and give up on everything. That would also run in conflict with her responsibilities. She was Ushiramiya Natsuhi, the woman who had become Kraus's wife and sworn to support him, the new head of the Ushiramiya family, for as long as she lived. She had to somehow help her husband in his efforts to raise money. She understood it logically, but she couldn't suppress the indescribable feeling of dejection that seemed to rise from the dark depths of her heart. Yeah? He put you in the worst possible situation, and... Also, while Kraus wasn't the one to do it, you were basically made to give up on your whole family. Like, your parents and whoever else is alive.
そうだ親父の隠し黄金
That's right, Dad's hidden gold.
10トンの黄金なら200億の価値がある
10 tons of gold is worth 20 billion yen.
あれさえあれば
If I had that...
そうそうあれさえ見つかれば万事は解決する
That's right, if I had that, everything could be resolved.
夏日あれだ魔女の碑文だ
Natsuhi, that's it. The witch's
あ
epitaph.
れを解こう一緒に解こう
Let's solve that. Let's solve it together.
黄金さえ見つかれば万事解決なんだ
If we can find the gold, everything will work itself out. I mean, fair? In that, yeah. If you find the gold, everything would work out in your benefit. But that's supposing the gold even fucking exists.
Well, he knows it exists, remember?
Oh, yeah, the gold bar. Well, that's supposing all the tons of gold exist, but I guess even if you find some gold, it's better than nothing.
Yeah.
そうさ。この島のどこかに隠されてるはずなんだ。
That's right, it must be hidden somewhere on this
あ
island.
れさえあれば。あれさえあれば。
If we had that, if we had that.
一体あなたやめてください。
You're hurting me. Dear, please stop this.
Kraus, acting as excited as if he'd thought up a perfect, brilliant plan, grasped Natsuhi's upper arm tightly. Natsuhi couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It wasn't just because she'd heard something as fake-sounding as the hidden gold brought up. Kraus had usually disparaged the story of the hidden gold, saying that it didn't exist and that it was all a fiction his father had created to borrow a lot of money. Natsuhi was doubly taken aback because of this. Oh yeah, fuck. She got hit with this, and then she got hit with the scene we've already seen, where he tells her, yeah, I've been lying to you this whole time. I found out the gold was real.
Yeah, that makes sense.
そうだ。ジェシカにも協力してもらおう。
I know, let's have Jessica help us
今後
too.
の感性でなら解けることもあるかもしれない。
Maybe some things can only be solved with the sense of a child.
今は一家の一大事なんだ。
This is a family crisis.
みんなで協力し合わなくてはならない。
All of us have to stick together.
そうだ。あんなの親父が作った気まぐれな謎なんだ。
Yes, it's just a fanciful little puzzle that Dad
解
created.
けるはずさ。解けないはずがないんだ。
We should be able to solve it. There's no way we can't solve it.
それしかないんだ。
It's the only way. I mean, you're supposing that Kinzo actually left the gold for you to find, and there isn't just this epic rabbit hole that will lead you to a secret underground dungeon, and when you open the vault, all there is a table and a note that says, fuck you.
Yeah. That's like that does sound a little bit like something Kinzo would do.
Yeah, it does. Oh, Natsuhi, this is wonderful.
まだ手は残っていたんだよ。こんなに身近に。
We still have an option left and right there next to
こ
us.
の島に黄金はある。
The gold is on this island.
それさえあれば万事解決なんだ。
If we had it, everything would be resolved.
ノツヒ、ジェシカを呼ぶんだ。今すぐここに。
Natsuhi, call Jessica here right
家
away.
族の危機は家族で乗り越えよう。
Let's overcome this family crisis as a family. I stopped because I thought I had misread that, but no, that's actually the words that are written.
さあ早く。
Yes, right
黄
now.
金はこの島にある。すぐ身近にあるんだ。
The gold is on this island. It's right beside us.
ああ
Natsuhi knocked Kraus aside, unable to withstand the pain in the arm he was twisting in his excitement. Kraus tripped over the edge of the bed and flopped pathetically onto the floor.
いい加減にしてください。そしてどうか冷静になられてください。
Please get a hold of yourself and please calm down.
後ろ宮家の一大事にそんな夢みたいなことを言い出してどうするというのですか。
Do you really think that this Ushiromiya family crisis could be solved by saying something as dreamlike as that?
ノツヒ。
あなたもよく頭を冷やされて現実的な金策をお考えになってください。
Please cool your head off and think of a realistic plan to gather money.
私も頭を冷やしてきます。
I'm going to go cool my head off as well.
待ってくれ、ノツヒ。
Wait, Natsuhi. Maybe falling over had knocked the sense back into him. Kraus tried to tell Natsuhi to stop, but she just kept walking. Closing the door forcibly, Natsuhi dashed away. Natsuhi ran through the corridor. She didn't want anyone to see her like this, but she ran headlong into Genji.
大変失礼いたしました。
My deepest
奥
apologies.
様、お怪我はございませんか。
Madam, have you been injured?
私は大丈夫です。放っておきなさい。
I'm all right. Leave me alone.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
現地 お父様の書斎はどうなっていますか？
Genji, what's the state of father's study?
そのままにしております。南條先生は客間におられますが。
It's just as you left it. Dr. Nanjo was in the apartment.
そうですか。書斎の鍵は持っていますか？
I see. Do you have the key to the study?
はい、ございます。
Yes, right here.
お貸しなさい。しばらく私とお父様の二人きりにするように。
Give it to me. Let me have some time alone with father.
もし主人に私のことを聞かれても知らないというのですよ。
If my husband asks where I am, tell him you don't know.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
Doesn't even question it. After grabbing the key to the study that Genji was holding out to her, Natsuki rushed up the stairs. She then flew into the study, and finally she cried out loud.
お父様、愚かな私たちをどうかお許しください。
Father, please forgive our foolishness.
私と主人はお父様の築き上げてきたものを受け継ぐことができます。
My husband and I aren't capable of inheriting all that you created.
罪深く愚かな私たちをどうかお許しください。
Please forgive us for our foolishness and our crimes.
そしてもしお許しいただけるならばどうか愚かな私たちをお導きください。
And if you can forgive us, please guide the way for us fools.
Clinging to Kinzo as he slept in the bed, Natsuki cried even harder. She kept imagining Kinzo sitting up suddenly and patting her head. No, father isn't the type of person to pamper. More likely he'd yell at me to stop being so noisy. However, neither of those imaginations would come true, because it was an undeniable fact that Kinzo had entered an eternal sleep. And even so, Natsuki begged the sleeping Kinzo to forgive and help them. It had only been a few hours since his passing. Perhaps his soul was still here, listening to her. Believing this, Natsuki begged for Kinzo's forgiveness and help even more earnestly.
やかましいぞ。
Noisy woman.
私は沈黙を尊ぶといつも言っている。
Don't I always say that I value silence? That voice made Natsuki jump up in surprise. When she faced in the direction that the voice had come from, she saw Kinzo sitting at the study desk, holding up his reading glasses.
またクラウスと喧嘩をしたのか。
Did you get in a fight with Kraus again?
嫁をいたわらぬとはクラウスに私の悪いところばかりを受け継ぎよる。
Neglecting his wife, that Kraus only inherited my bad traits. Fuck if you're not at least self-aware.
Yeah. This also goes a little bit away to explain why Nazi cared for Kinzo so much. If this is actually how he treated her,
Yeah, if he at least went,
maybe not pampering, of course, but just with the slightest bit of sympathy.
yeah, the slightest bit of, yeah, hey, I'm gonna be a sexist prick, but I'm also going to say Kraus shouldn't neglect you.
なんというみそぼらしい顔か。
What a wretched-looking face.
顔を洗い。
Wash it.
仮にも後ろ宮家次期当主の妻ではないか。
Aren't you the wife of the successor to the Ushiromiya family?
そんな情けない面を使用人に見せてはならぬぞ。
You mustn't let the servants see you wear such a shameful expression.
はい、お父様、失礼しました。
Yes, father. My apologies.
Natsuki understood. This was just an illusion, one that Natsuki created from her desire to speak with Kinzo and her memories of the man as he once was. Fuck, if I could do that and talk to aspects of my brain, I would still think that's pretty fucking cool.
Yeah.
No, that's not it. She believed that, just for now, Kinzo's soul had shown itself to her. She was sure that doubting this would cause it to vanish in an instant. It seems that a family crisis has arisen the very instant the leadership was passed on.
はい、お父様。夫を支えることができませんでした。本当に申し訳ありません。
Yes, father. I wasn't able to support my husband. I am truly very sorry.
The Ushiromiya family is so very cursed. Says the man who brought the curse on. Well, then again, so much of the family did die in that earthquake that had nothing to do with you.
Yeah, says the man that perpetuated the curse.
Yeah.
There we go.
It was in a terrible state when I succeeded the headship, too. The hardships you two are suffering are trivial in comparison. Kinzo's succession to the family headship came suddenly. At the time, he was nothing more than a young man from one of the branch families, far separated from the Ushiromiya main family. The main family might have had honor and tradition, but that was of no relevance at all to Kinzo, and he couldn't have cared less. Then, the principal members of the main family were wiped out in the Great Kanto earthquake, along with their businesses. On top of that, there was a complicated antagonism between the members of the family at the time. The elders were all trying to impose their will on the others in that sinking ship. Because of this, they weren't even able to elect a leader to rebuild the Ushiromiya family. They found common ground by selecting Kinzo, a youth with absolutely no ties to any of the opposing elders, to be the head. So the elders hadn't really entrusted Kinzo with the rebuilding of the Ushiromiya family. Kinzo had been nothing more than their puppet, with his arms and legs being pulled in opposite directions.
はい、お父様の苦難の日々はよく存じております。
Yes, I know a lot about your days of suffering, father.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. And then the war started. I was already tired of life at that point. I hoped to die on the battlefield, but I wasn't sent to the front lines. Yeah, 'cause you were a rich man's son. However, the state of the war grew worse with every day, and the time for the decisive battle on the Japanese mainland seemed to grow ever closer. As bad as it might sound, I hoped that day would come quickly. It was said that as Kinzo listened to death's approaching footsteps day in and day out, he started cutting his ties with this world one by one. And then, the day when he had freed himself from all his attachment to life and reached a state of enlightenment, he had a mystical experience. And he met her, the Golden Witch Beatrice. And made a contract with the witch and was given gold and the power of madness. When you experience ego death, but the new ego is still a shitbag.
Yeah.
On that day, the old me died, and a new me possessing the insane power of magic was born.
お父様は天才的辣腕にて後宮家を復興させるのです。
I know, and after the war, you used your ingenious cunning to revive the Ushimiya family.
Now deceased elders who knew Kinzo at the time had whispered to each other that Kinzo must have taken a knock to the head on the battlefield and returned with a different personality. That was how much Kinzo stood out after the war. Whether the story about Kinzo meeting a witch was true or not, there could be no doubt that the extraordinary experience of war had prepared him for death and let him reach a state of enlightenment. Natsuhi would surely have felt that Kinzo had decided to describe that resulting mystical experience as a meeting with a witch. That wasn't something she could flatly dispute.
そうですね。お父様は戦争からお帰りになり、魔女ベアトリーチェを従え、真の意味での後宮家当主となられたのです。
That phrasing.
Yeah.
That's right. You returned from the war, conquered the witch Beatrice, and became the head of the Ushimiya family in the truest sense. Ugh.
Yeah.
そうだ。ベアトリーチェに出会う以前の私は、当主と呼ばれるだけの人形に過ぎ。
Correct. Before I met Beatrice, I was nothing more than a puppet and only the head and name.
私は黄金の魔女を従えて初めて当主たり得たのだ。
I only became the head after conquering the Golden Witch. Fuck, that is... phrasing.
Yeah, especially since we kind of know what happened to her.
Yeah. Yeah, just fucking hell.
お父様、その黄金の魔女は新しき当主である夫クラウスには力を貸してくださらないのでしょうか。
Father, will this golden witch aid my husband Kraus now that he's the new head?
Fuck no.
貸すであろうな。真に当主を継承したならば。
Oh, she will, assuming that he has truly succeeded the headship.
真に継承するとはどういう意味ですか？
What do you mean by truly succeeded?
真の意味で後宮家の当主としての責任と誇りを持てるかどうかということだ。
I mean, it depends on whether he bears the responsibility and pride of the Ushimiya family head in the truest sense.
夏日、お前ならば分かっているはず。
Natsuhi, you should understand this.
当主とは血で継承されるものではない。
The headship is not inherited by blood.
魂と信念によって継承されるのだ。
It is inherited through spirit and conviction.
クラウスが我が長男であっても、それがなくては真の当主とは呼べない。
Even though Kraus is my eldest son, he cannot be called a true head if he does not possess these things.
そして、それが心に宿されていたなら、その人間はたとえクラウスでなくとも、立派な新しき当主である。
And even someone other than Kraus would make a splendid new head so long as that spirit dwelled in their heart.
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェは、その真の当主に力を貸すである。
The Golden Witch Beatrice will lend her power to that true head.
そうであるな、ベアトリーチェ。
Isn't that right, Beatrice? When Kinzo called the witch's name, gold butterflies seethed out of every corner of the room. This fantastical scene had an otherworldly beauty to it. It was like standing in the midst of a blizzard of golden flower petals being blown about a rose garden of gold. As Natsuhi stared at this scene in shock, the gold butterflies gathered and formed a human shape. Then, the Witch of the Portrait appeared. I wasn't expecting that, honestly. Given Beto's current state outside the board, but I guess her piece still exists.
いかにもわらわこそが後ろ宮家顧問錬金術師黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェである。
Indeed, I am the Ushumiya family alchemist, the Golden Witch Beatrice.
わらわは奔放にして自由。
I am free to run rampant.
誰の命令も聞かぬ。
I do not listen to anyone's orders.
Except you came when called.
それを世界でたった一人
And there's only one person in the world who can control her.
私だけが
Me.
支配した
Oh, that turns my stomach a little.
だからこそ後ろ宮家の当主たり得るの
That is why I am qualified to be the
Just
Ushumiya
beat this man
family
with
head.
slippers. It's like every time he opens his mouth, it says something fucked up. Just beat him with a slipper.
Yeah.
He'll learn eventually. May take him a while, but he'll get there eventually.
I mean, yeah, anybody can learn anything with eternity.
Yeah.
It'll take a
I get
long
really
time.
good at slapping people with a slipper.
It's true.
Lots of practice.
I wonder if that's how we're going to get Battler doing his thing.
Maybe.
その傲慢さこそが後ろ宮家当主の資格だというか。
So that pride of yours is what qualifies you to be the head.
傲慢とはすなわち自信であり勇気である
Pride implies self-confidence and bravery.
そしてそれに見合う力を得ようとする悪なき向上心の表れである
And it is the embodiment of the insatiable desire to gain the power to match.
だからこそ私はお前を支配した
That is why I control you. Bleh.
傲慢を語る男がそれを実現していく様を見るのは心地よいものだ。
It is quite pleasant to watch men who speak of pride as they turn that desire into reality.
不言実行は強運なる者の言い訳に過ぎぬ。
The quiet man of action is nothing more than an excuse used by the extremely lucky.
真の王者は持たぬ者さえも語る。
A true monarch also speaks of what he doesn't have.
そしてその傲慢を確かに実現してみせるのだ。
And he makes sure to turn that arrogance, that pride into reality.
わらわを支配できる者にはその王者の傲慢が必要だ。
If one is to control me, they must possess that monarch's pride.
Bleh. And also, Kraus definitely does not fit that.
Yeah, definitely not.
He has the wild ideas, but he does not have the mentality to turn that into reality.
わかるか夏日よ
Do you understand, Natsuhi?
真の王者はあらゆる苦難を恐れぬ
A true monarch fears no hardship.
必ず乗り越えられると公言する
They declare that they will overcome anything without
そ
fail,
の算段がなくともだ
even if they haven't yet figured out
だ
how.
から弱者は希望を持つ
This gives hope to the weak people.
集いあがめ協力を誓う
They gather, revere the monarch, and swear to assist him.
そこに力が生まれ有言は実行されるのだ
That is where power is gained and his word is carried out.
それを心に刻め
Engrave that into your heart.
はい、お父様。
Yes, father.
Natsuhi understood. Through this mystical experience, Kinzo was teaching her the attitude required to overcome hardship, even after his own death. Feeling a warm sensation rise up in her chest, she let the valuable words Kinzo had given her echo through her mind over and over. A true
That's a heart
monarch.
attack.
A true monarch, in other words, the true head of the Ushiromiya family, was not to fear hardship. They had to believe that they could overcome any hardship. If they could not believe themselves capable, then there was no reason why they would be. Natsuhi suddenly felt very ashamed of the way she had come into this room, sobbing and asking Kinzo what to do.
私は愚かでした。
I was foolish.
後宮家の一大事に泣き言を言う暇などあるわけもありません。
Of course, there's no time for crying. The Ushiromiya family crisis is upon us.
そしてお父様から後宮家を引き継いだ以上、私たちは何があってもその名誉を守り抜きます。
And now that we have inherited the Ushiromiya family from you, father, we must protect its honor no matter what.
ほう。
Gross.
どうやってクラウスの借金を返済するか、その青写真も描けぬのにか。
Even though you can't even draw a blueprint on how to repay Krause's debts.
Beatrice laughed unpleasantly. No, that wasn't it. She was testing Natsuhi to see whether she possessed the mental readiness to be a true monarch. Natsuhi didn't hesitate anymore. She answered clearly, gazing into Beatrice's eyes.
はい、今はどうすればいいのか、その方法をまだ見つけることはできません。
Yes, at this moment I have not yet discovered the method that we should pursue.
しかし、私の夫は新しき後宮家の当主であり、私はそれを支える妻です。
Kind of sounds like you should be the head, not Grouse.
Yep.
But, whatever. However, my husband is the new head of the Ushiromiya family, and I am his supporting wife.
ですから、夫に代わり、私が宣言します。
So in my husband's place, I will proclaim it.
聞こう。
後宮クラウスと夏日は
Let us
必ず
hear
この
it.
苦難を乗り越え、後宮家の名誉を守ってみせます。
Ushiromiya Krause and Natsuhi will definitely overcome these trials and protect the honor of the Ushiromiya
お
family.
父様にご心配をおかけすることはありません。
You have nothing to worry about, father.
クラウスの借金の規模と惨憺たる状況については知っておるな。
You do know the scope of Krause's debt as well as the disastrous state things are in?
はい、この屋敷さえも明日には立ち退けと命じられても拒めぬという最悪の状況です。
Well, that depends. Actually, is there such a thing as I don't know if Japan has this specifically, but the U.S. does. It's what people call squatters' rights, but it's basically just like if you've been living in it for a while and no one came to kick you out before that, then they can't really kick you out easily.
Yep. And yes, Japan does have that.
Okay, because like the way that I mostly know it as is from studying feudal like law,
Mm-hmm.
and I studied this because like that's fucking what I write most of the time, right? It's just like fucking medieval fantasy, or the feudal fantasy at least. It's the difference between what the fuck is it? I don't remember the other word for it now. But there's a useful domain, which is people who are actually using it, and then the other one, which is people who own it. And even like when even fucking like feudal Europe has these laws, these protections in place, you know that like it's some real basic shit.
Yeah, these are basically fundamental.
Yeah, these are foundational rules for like anything to work ever.
Yeah, for anything to work when it comes to property and ownership of home.
Yeah, it's basically like it boils down to like if you've owned a place for years, but you have not done anything with it in years, and someone is living there, you cannot easily remove that person from that area.
Yep.
Which is so like it depends on how long ago Kraus sold. not sold, but like signed away the deed. Because if they haven't done anything, like if he did this like 2 years ago and they haven't done anything about it since, no, it's gonna take a while for them to be able to evict you.
Yep, absolutely. And,
and in some cases, like the deed may even go back to you because the person didn't fucking do anything with it for too long.
Yeah, and honestly, the cops are not gonna want to sail to Rokenjima.
Yeah, probably not. Yes, things could hardly be worse. We could even be ordered to leave this mansion tomorrow, and we wouldn't be able to
遺
refuse.
産分配となれば親族たちに刑事告発さえされるかもしれません。
Once the distribution of the inheritance comes up, his relatives might even file a criminal complaint against us.
しかし心配には及びません。
However, there is no need to worry.
そうなる前に借金をすべて返済し名誉を取り戻します。
Direct domain. That's what it's called. Okay. Sorry, I had to switch over to Discord real quick and search up what that fucking it was bothering me.
Fair enough.
Direct domain is when you actually like own it. You have direct domain over it. You know?
Yeah.
But it's when you live on it that you have useful domain where you're somehow making use of it, right?
Yeah.
Because you are using the domain. We will repay all of the debts before then and restore our honor.
Natsu Trishe real? As she stood at attention with a resolute attitude, Natsu proclaimed this clearly, with Ushiromiya Kinzo and Beatrice as witnesses. For a while, they remained silent as though weighing Natsuhi's resolve. Then Kinzo chuckled and turned away.
なぜにこやつが我が息子ではなかった。
How vexing.
Just give her the fucking ring, dickhead.
Why couldn't this person have been my son?
その資質を持つ女を息子がめとったことさえ、これもまたそなたの強運よ。
The very fact that a woman with such disposition married your son is another sign of your good luck, or your great luck.
ベアトリーチ、私の最後の命令だ。
Beatrice, this is my final order.
当主でないそなたの命令を、もはや聞く義理はないぞ。
Now that you are no longer the head, I am not obligated to obey your orders.
ほう、ならば、新しき後ろ宮家当主の命令に従い。
In that case, obey the orders of the new Ushiromiya family head. Which is gonna be fucking Natsuhi.
そなたはすでに当主でなく、クラウスは未だ当主ではない。
You are no longer the head, and Kraus is not yet the
わ
head.
らわは誰に仕えよというのか。
Whom are you suggesting that I serve?
お前にそれを委ねる。
I will leave. Or no, that's you. Sorry.
I will leave that to you.
後ろ宮家の当主を受け継ぐ資格があるかどうか。そして、片翼のわしの紋章を背負うにふさわしいかどうか。
It is up to you to decide who is qualified to succeed the Ushiromiya family head, and who is fitting to bear the mark of the one-winged eagle.
お前が確かめるのだ。
You will be witness.
断るぞ。
Get him.
I refuse.
当主でなき男の命令など聞けぬわ。
I won't listen to the orders of a man who isn't the head.
いや違うぞ。これは遺言である。
No, this is different. This is a will. You mean that thing you didn't care about before?
当主が残したお前への最後の命令である。
The last order that the head left behind for you.
ならば従わぬわけにはいかぬか。
Then it seems I will have to
わ
obey.
らわもつくづく付き合いがよい。
What a good friend I am.
違うな。
I think not.
ほう。
興味を持ったからであろうが。
You're only doing this because it caught your interest.
つくづく。そなたには隠し事ができんな。
I can't hide anything. You can I?
夏日。
はい、お父様。
乗り越
Yes,
え
father.
てみよ。この苦難を。
Go and overcome your hardship.
はい。
To Natsuhi, that might have been nothing more than a simple response, but to Kinzo and Beatrice, it seemed to carry much greater significance. Beatrice nodded deeply, and with emotion as elegant as her dress, she bowed deeply before Natsuhi.
後ろ宮家顧問錬金術師黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェここに
The Ushiromiya family alchemist, the Golden Witch Beatrice, right here.
後ろ宮家の苦難を再び乗り越えるため、そなたの力となろうぞ。
I will give you my aid so that the Ushiromiya family can overcome crisis once again.
ありがとう。あなたの力が必要です。
Thank you. I will need your power.
私たちは必ずこの苦難を乗り越えます。
We will most certainly overcome these trials.
そのために助力は惜しまぬが、先に断らねばならぬ。
I will not hold back on my support for your cause, but there is something I must warn you about
か
beforehand.
つて金蔵の窮地を救ったように、そなたに再び莫大な黄金を与えれば、この度の苦難は解決することは分かっている。
I understand that your troubles now could be solved if I were to bestow a vast quantity of gold again, like I did when I saved Kinzo from his
しか
crisis.
し、それはできぬのだ。
However, that is something I cannot do.
そうですか。
I see.
すまんな、夏ベアトリーチェの黄金は私一代限りという契約なのだ。
Sorry, Natsuhi. The contract for Beatrice's gold stated that it cannot be inherited.
そしてそれを受け継ぐためには魔女の碑文を解かねばならぬのが取り決め。
It was agreed that it could only be passed on to another if that person solves the witch's epitaph.
黄金は碑文にて封じられてい
The gold is sealed away by the epitaph.
る。だから、それを解けぬ限り、そなたに黄金の魔法は与えられぬ。
As long as that is not solved, I cannot give you the magic of gold.
わかりました。
I understand.
ならば他の方法でこの窮地を脱する方法を模索しましょう。
Then I shall search for another method by which we can save ourselves from this crisis.
主人は時間をかけるとは言っていますが、必ず借金は返済できると言っています。
My husband said that his plan would take time, but he also said that it would definitely be sufficient to repay our debts.
そのための時間を得ることができれば、この苦難は乗り越えられます。
If we can buy enough time for that to happen, we will be able to overcome this this trial. I somehow read that as ritual at first.
But yeah, and Natsuhi, don't believe anything your husband says, but okay.
Yeah, like honestly, at this point, just treat it all as lies.
Good, Natsuhi.
続け。
Continue.
しかし、金蔵はもう死んでいる。
Assume the worst. But Kinzo is already dead.
医者と使用人は葬儀の準備。
The doctor and servants are preparing his funeral.
そなた
His
は
funeral.
親族たちにその連絡だ。
And you will be contacting the family members about it.
そなたは自らその金策の猶予時間を終わらせる宣言をすることになる。
The window of opportunity for you to raise money will be closed by your own hand.
自ら刃を下ろす断頭台も愉快なものよ。
How charming is a guillotine where you lower the blade yourself?
That's tasty.
Yeah, that is pretty good.
Natsuhi gasped and looked up at the ceiling. There wasn't actually anything there,
Come on!
but even so, Natsuhi had found something.
降りたか、魔力が。
So the magical power has descended.
夏日、決まったか。
Natsuhi, have you made up your mind?
わらわに望む奇跡の魔法が。
What magic of miracles do you desire from me?
So either looking like Kinzo or reviving Kinzo. All of those who had witnessed Kinzo's corpse were once again gathered in the study. House was still very unsettled and clutching at his head. Genji was as expressionless as ever. Nanjo and Kumasawa wore bewildered expressions on their faces. But in stark contrast to all of them, Natsuhi's expression was resolute.
あなたにもう一度お尋ねします。金策は間違いないのですね。
Dear, let me ask you one more time. Your plan for raising money is absolutely certain.
1年。いや、せめて半年あれば。 必ず実る計画なんだ。
Yes, give it a year. No, just half a year, and it will certainly bear
し
fruit.
かし、今すぐにはどうしても無理なのだ。
But it's just impossible to hope for anything right this second.
ならばそれを待ちましょう。
Then we will wait.
しかし、親父はもう死んでしまった。
But you said it yourself, Dad is already dead.
お父様はお亡くなりになどなっていません。まだこうしてご健在であられます。
Father hasn't passed away. As you can see, he is as healthy as ever.
When Natsuhi said this, everyone looked up instantly startled, because they immediately understood what those words meant. However, Kraus alone didn't get it right away
God
and
damn
had
it.
to ask.
それはどういう意味だね。
What do you mean by that? Damn it, you're thick. And not in a good way.
親父はもう現にそこに。
Dad is right there, and he's...
You're thick with a K, not two C's.
繰り返します。
I will say it again.
お父様は未だにご健在であられます。
Father is still in good
ご
health.
自身の研究がお忙しいので、これまで以上に書斎を出ることはできません。
He is busy with his research, so he'll be even less able to leave his study than usual.
ですから私たちはお父様が研究に専念できるように外務をすべて執り行い、
Because of this, we must handle all external affairs
お父様
ourselves,
に不要なお仕事が及ばないようにしなくてはなりません。
so that Father can devote himself to his research without being burdened by meaningless tasks.
つまりそれはこれまでと何ら変わらないということ。
In short, nothing will change from the way things have been up until now.
理解できていますね、源氏。
Do you understand, Genji?
Genji understands, almost certainly. Kraus, you better understand at this point.
はい。片翼のわしの家具はこれからも親方様にお仕えいたします。
Yes, the furniture of the one-winged eagle will continue to serve the master.
熊沢、そして南條先生、
Kumasawa, and you, Dr. Nacho.
私の話は理解できましたね。
Do you understand what I'm saying?
そ
Kumasawa's just sitting there like,
夏井さん。
yeah, I understand, but this is real fucking weird.
Is this really what you want to do, Natsuhi?
お父様は確かに今日お亡くなりになったかもしれません。しかし今この場にいる私たち全員が信じることでお父様を蘇らせる魔法を使うこと
The
が
magic of outright fucking lies.
Yep.
It may be true that Father passed away today, but if everyone here right now believes we can use magic to revive Father,
Lying so hard, you rewrite the weave.
無理ですよ、奥様。
It's impossible, madam.
そんないくらなんでも
That's just too much.
解剖すれば死亡時期を特定される。不審がられることは避けられん。
Time of death will be determined during the autopsy. We can't stop it from looking suspicious.
お父様はお亡くなりにならないのですから解剖などされる言われはありませんよ。
Father will not pass away, so there will be no reason for there to be an autopsy.
Of course, she wasn't planning to make Kinzo live forever. The fake life given to Kinzo would only last until Krause could repay his debts. After that, Kinzo's soul would finally be able to sleep in peace. Nanjo repeated to himself that the time of death would be discovered during the autopsy. Nazi said again this wouldn't be a problem.
お父様は死亡届によってお亡くなりになるのではありません。
Father will not pass away by being reported dead.
そうか。
Ah, I see. And he doth drop.
失踪届か。
He'll be reported missing. But we already know Kiri's gonna call him on that.
Mm-hmm.
After clapping his hands together, Kraus stood up, shaking his fists.
そうです。 借金が無事に返済でき、お父様にお休みいただける準備が整ったなら、その時にお父様の失踪を宣言します。
Yes, once we've managed to pay back the debt and finish the preparations to lay father to rest, we will then announce that father has disappeared.
Yep. I was expecting more talking. Rokenjima's vast, uncultivated forest was the perfect place to stage a disappearance. One day, Kento would go out to the forest for a walk and never return. They would search for him without success, and then be forced to report his disappearance. If he disappears, we can file a report of his death even without a corpse. In other words, we can conceal the time of death. What do you think, Dr. Nandro? There won't be any problems this way.
Except for the moral ones Nanjo has.
Yeah. Yes, I can see the logic, but...
それで良いのですか、奥様?
Are you sure about this, madam?
確かに私たちが黙っていれば、親方様がお亡くなりになられたのは秘密にできるかもしれません。
Yes, if all of us can keep quiet, then perhaps we could keep it a secret that the master has passed
で
away.
すが、どこでどう間違って誰かに知られないとも。
But there are so many ways that one of us could slip up and allow someone to find out.
熊沢、声が大きいです。
Kumasawa, keep your voice
お
down.
父様はあちらでお休み中なのですよ。
Have you forgotten that father is sleeping right over there?
起こしてしまわれるつもりですか?
Are you trying to wake him?
It isn't a corpse. Kinzo is sleeping. As Natsuki said that, Kinzo lay quietly on the bed as though there was nothing at all odd about her words.
Except for, his body temperature.
Yeah.
I think that's a good place to call it.
さあさあ思い出してごらんなさい。
Yep, we'll call it here. Thank you for joining us, everybody.
Be back on Thursday. I might be back tomorrow doing something. I don't know. I'll try and figure it out. But,
We'll see how New Mexico temperatures go.
yeah, we'll see what happens. I might just have to sleep more tomorrow. I am busted from the heat, alright?
Yeah, we will do our damnedest to come back to you on Thursday, though.
Yeah, it should be good on Thursday. Thursday's supposed to be 34 degrees.
Okay.
Which even if there's a variance of 2 to 3 degrees, that should still be workable, right?
Yep. So if you...
It's only once it hits 38 that it becomes a problem.
Yeah, if you check the description on YouTube, on the VOD, you will find a link to both of our Twitches, as well as Cappy's information as the person who made my character art.
Let's shill Cappy real quick. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Give me that, Cappy's card. So I can,
yes.
copy the link address here.
Cappy is an artist. Excellent at what they do. Made the character art that you see for the PNG tuber, as well as the stuff in the corner, and as well
the static images.
Yeah, as well as the static image on Cat's side of the stream. Anyway, you will find a link to both of our Twitches, and under Cat's Twitch,
You got static images up too by Cappy.
Hmm?
You got static images up too by Cappy.
Yes, that's what I said. Is the ones in the corner?
Only on my.
Yeah, I said the
Can
ones.
you tell I'm tired?
Yeah.
Damn it!
Anyway, if you check Cat's Twitch, you will find the following links:
my Kara, my Discord, and my Twitter. Post pictures of my cats and the food that I cook, and also some of my art on Twitter. But my Kara is entirely just a portfolio of finished works. There's nothing up there right now because mostly what I've been doing is just goofs and bullshit and sketches. But I'm working on it. It's just been literally too hot. So even today was too hot for me to keep my tablet on, as you guys heard during the stream today.
Yep. So we will catch you all next time and continue the Answers arc. I'm very interested to see how things go from here.
Yeah, how much shit are we gonna hear about?
Yep. All right. Good night, everybody.